What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Thursday, August 7th, 2025. We are here at the Polderbaan. Runway 18 right, which is being used for arrivals today. Unfortunately, the works here still not finished. In fact, it doesn't look like much has changed since I was here last time, a week ago. Not sure if they made a few meters progress. I'm standing a bit further to the north. Duckies are here. That is a good sign though, I have to say. So the duckies are returning. The workers haven't returned yet, so that's a bit of a pity. Marja, goedenavond. Wolfgang, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined already. It's a cavalcade day. We began with overcast conditions. Right now, things are opening up a little bit. I wasn't sure about whether or not we are going to see the sun or not, so I stepped out in jeans and even with a hoodie on. Luckily, I did bring a vest with me. I am wearing my vest right now. Looks like that is still too warm. You never know over here. The wind is blowing from the south at the moment, but it is expected to turn a bit to the southwest. Moderate, nothing out of the ordinary. Reticent guy, reticent wife, good morning. Dukman, good morning. Stefan, goedemorgen. Gerard, goedemorgen. Honda, Split Scimitar, Bobbers. Jannes, Mark, Erik, Pater, good morning. Ray, good morning. This is KLM Flight 644 arriving from New York JFK. 78710 Dreamliner, the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Oscar. 5 hours 52 minutes underway. Next after this should be Qatar, arriving from Doha. Qatar triple freighter. Michael, good morning. JWB, good morning. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Rafael, good morning. Bas, goedemorgen, good morning. Kennis Chef Chris, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. Stefan, good morning. Nancy, good morning. Welcome back. Jackie, goedemorgen, kerel. Hadn't seen you. Hope all is well with all of you. Yeah, so I'm not optimally positioned here to see the scale of chimney smoke. Luckily, there's not much to see except moderate winds right now from the south. Expected to turn a bit more westerly as the day progresses. Now I am very pleased to see that duckies have returned, because ever since they began with these works we haven't seen them. Where did I see the tractor? Oh, I think it's right behind the poles now, isn't it? Oh wait, it's back on the other side. Agricultural work. This looks like a lawnmower. I think he's cutting the grass. Hey, on holiday, nice, enjoy. In the Netherlands, or are you abroad now, Jackie? Marijke, goedemorgen. Wagner, good morning, bom dia. Agente 79, goedemorgen, servus. Jeffrey, goedemorgen. Patricia, good morning. Andy, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Me, myself, good morning. Next airplane coming in is another 777 freighter. Qatar Cargo, flight 8205, arriving from Doha. 6 hours, 6 minutes on the way. Registration Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Romeo. That is a 5-year-old vehicle. First flight August 2019. James Mail, also back. Good to see ya. Ahoy, hoy. Stefan, goedemorgen. You can already see the airplane behind the Qatar on the left, that's KLM flight 978. That's an Embraer 190 arriving from London City, and Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal should become the third airplane to arrive here. Flying base, not yet visible, but soon will be. Rafael, good morning. Patrick, good morning. Roadhouse, good morning. Dutch Brian, good morning. Goedemorgen. Ronald, goedemorgen. Dexus, goedemorgen, good morning. Martien, goedemorgen. Steven, good morning. Steven is tuning in from Oslo this morning. How's the weather over there? The Qatari flap surfaces obviously not as clean as those of KLM. Still, could be worse. Hey there, Deborah, good evening. Richie, good morning. Sunny but a cool breeze, 16C, that sounds great, Stephen. Alan also back in the chat. Everything well on my end, hope that also goes for you, my friend. Hey, Chris Rico is tuning in again. Welcome back, mate. How's life in Austria? Marianne, goedemorgen. Also happy. Oh, so happy. Tuning in from Almere Duin. I didn't even know they had dunes in Almere. Learn something new every day. Hey Tina, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Air Canada now visible on the left, where the Embraer on the right was just now. Looks like Delta Airlines Flight 56 is going to become the third arrival right now. And Ronald is also back in the chat, and he has turned blue. 24 months a member, turning blue with a great streamer and community. Mate, thank you so much for your kind words, but thank you first and foremost for your continued support. Another member has turned blue, 2 years plus. Ronald, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, hit me up if anything is no longer to your liking, or if you have any suggestions to improve things. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Ronald. But even if you choose not to stay on as a member, I hope you will stay on as a frequent visitor. There's a traffic jam in the background, you can see it. The A9, and that is in the direction to the east to Amstelveen, which is part of the Amsterdam metropolitan area, if you will. Although a bit further to the south than the main city. It's not part of the municipality, it has its own mayor and city council and whatnot. Nature Guy, good morning. Early morning if you're still in Tampa, where it is, what is it, 6 hours earlier? 3 a.m.? DB Basement also back, good to see ya. Tuning in from Scotland. Bas, goedemorgen. Artjan, goedemorgen. And Richie C, renewing his membership. Welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Richie. We kept your seat warm insofar as that was necessary. The sun will also do that for you this time of year, at least here in the Netherlands. But we kept it warm, and we're happy to see you back. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Welcome back, Richie. Don't forget to use those custom emojis, guys. That goes for all members, new and old. 34 of them. Have fun with them. Get creative with them. Make us laugh. Use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Nielsel, good morning. Willem, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. If all is well, there are 2 747s underway that should land on Polderbaan. The A380, when I checked before going out this morning, also was early already, with an ETA of 12:55 and later even 12:52, makes it a candidate to land on the Polderbaan. Fingers crossed it will. Now there's also a 767 on the way. My freighter or something? Never saw that before. And if I recall correctly, it was supposed to be landing here at the time when only one runway for inbound is open, so should be a Polderbaan arrival. It's a 767. Thought it was 30 odd years old or so. Have a look. I think it was arriving from Almaty or something. It's arriving from the east. My freighter or something. Retro Transavia by now should have landed, I think it was in Malaga, and is expected to return around 1 o'clock. Fingers crossed it will be arriving via the west coast, so that it hopefully will be assigned to the Polderbaan instead of the center runway, which should also be opening up from 1 o'clock onward. The first Delta of the show, Delta Airlines Flight 56, with in the background a lot to see. Shimmering at its 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. That's number 170. AJ is also back in the chat. Good morning, AJ. Ali renewing her membership. Welcome back. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Obviously, we kept your seat warm. Happy to see you back in the lounge. Don't forget to spam us with the custom emojis. You're handing out so many memberships, but don't forget to spam us with emojis yourself. That also goes for all the other people who are a member. Have fun with the custom emojis. Willem, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Bart, goedemorgen. DB Basement asks if all the United flights hours late. I also noticed that with a couple. Not sure if they're all late, but I definitely noticed, what was it, 968 from San Francisco, several hours late. Was still flying over mainland United States this morning when it should have been already over the Atlantic. So I'm not sure what's going on there. This is Delta Airlines Flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City, A330neo, 8 hours 56 minutes on the way. November 409 Delta X-ray, the registration. Marike, goedemorgen. Halijzenaar, goedemorgen. Doug, good morning. Blackburst, good morning. Now, Ali, what are you doing? Ali, aka AJ, just now gifting 10 memberships. AJ, aka Ali, what are you doing? You really didn't have to do that, Ali. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. If you are one of the recipients of Ali's gifted memberships, don't forget to thank her. Have fun with the custom emojis. You have access to them for a month. If you enjoy the membership, consider renewing it yourself or maybe gifting somebody else a membership who might also enjoy it. Ali, thank you so much for your generosity so early on in the stream already. Wow. You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for doing it anyway. Welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. Bart, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Looks like the first A350 is now number 2. After Lot. There's also a lot to see at Schiphol Airport. This is flight 265 arriving from Warsaw and Embraer 170. And it is the SPLDF. Pity that I wasn't able to stream the BEA or BAE? BEA, right? No, BEA. The retro British Airways. It landed when I was arriving here. Such a pretty airplane. And still a traffic jam on the A9 in the background. The sun was shining up till just now. It seems that a bit of cloudiness has drifted in front of the sun. This is what it currently looks like looking to the east. This is what things look like to the south. More openness to the southwest, which on paper is where the wind is expected to arrive from later in the day. This is looking to the north, and this is looking directly to the west. Well, Ali, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. It's not required that people give membership, so it's always very sweet when people do. A beautiful 3-airplane glide slope shot with the gear extending on the second airplane, and that is Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That's an A330-300. Here in the foreground we have China Southern A350, 11 hours and 16 minutes on the way from Guangzhou in China. And the third airplane that you are seeing the lights of mostly is Vueling. Sven, goedemorgen. Gertin, goedemorgen. Per, good morning mate, welcome back. Martijn is informing us that the traffic jam in the background is because of an accident on the A9. Always something happening, though not always a good thing. Beautiful A350, although it does look a bit grumpy, doesn't it? I didn't want to leave China. Let's see, are we able to see the windsock near the fire station? I think from this point of view these stacks are in the way. Yeah, pity. And Retro BEA will fly out again around 10:20. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. Would be nice if we were able to catch a glimpse of its departure later in the morning. Glenn, good evening. Kiora. Misomas, good morning. Leroy, goedemorgen. Aviation Now, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan 18 right. And this is Delta Airlines Flight 74. Coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours, 32 minutes on the way, according to Flight Radar. The November 811. November Whiskey. Moped on the cycling path. All right. Battery landing check. Wheelie check. Reversers check. Full bingo card landing. Well, I say reversers, but have they been activated? Didn't really sound like it. In the meantime, Frostro Darshine is celebrating 9 months of membership, and he asks, what's the Sky Lounge Vodka cabinet code? Did somebody lock it with the code lock? It should be freely accessible. Who was the last guy to... Oh wait, shit, that's me. Fuck. I think I forgot the code. I'll have to look that up, mate. I'll get on that as quickly as I can. You'll have to drink AMS whiskey, November whiskey instead, for the time being. Thank you so much for your continued support, First Darshane. Hope that with the exception of not being able to access the vodka cabinet right now, everything in the lounge is otherwise still to your liking. I hope you're going to stick around in the lounge for many more months to come, mate. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. RTV Lage Landen, goedemorgen. And AJ says that the BA Retro is being retired from service, including the aircraft, around the end of October. You're not kidding. You're kidding, right? You don't say, I was about to say. Still waking up here. So around the same time as we are going to lose play here at Schiphol, or at least probably the regular service. Maybe if we are lucky, we might catch a glimpse of it once or twice, but the regular flights are scheduled to end around October here as well. And the BA Retro will also retire around then. Why are they going to retire it? Cal, good morning. Malawi Travel, good morning. Renate, goedemorgen. Oh, now I'm pleased to see that not just did we already see ducks, but I'm now also seeing Gary Grebe returning. And he still has a semi-zebra livery. So this would be an adolescent Grebe. Yeah. He's losing the zebra livery. He's not yet donned with the hairdo of an adult Grebe. Nice to see he's doing well. Also not much vodka left, Leroy says. I've put it on the groceries list. Thanks for the heads up, mate. Alan says delta equals shite reverses. Well, not always. If there's one carrier that the pilots often, whose pilots often use the reverses, I'd say it's Delta for one. Delta, Ryanair, but the last flight wasn't very convincing. So let's see if this one will do better. This is Delta Airlines flight 242, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. 5 hours, 54 minutes, the flight time. Another Neo. Bit better. Definitely a bit better. Thijs, goedemorgen. Colodon, goedemorgen. Bart is leaving briefly to walk the dog. Have fun. Right. BA 20, around 20 aircraft being taken out of service to be replaced by Neos and XLRs by the end of 2025. Now, I'd be okay with that if one of those replacements would also be in the same retro livery as the one they're going to retire by October. Take a retro out of commission, put another one back into commission. That seems fair, doesn't it? They probably will not, but you never know. I also need a self-ordering fridge for in the lounge. Oh dear. With AI, an AI bot. Of one of those robot AI butlers who is serving you, who will automatically drive from the fridge to your seat with those scary eyes and such a painted on smile. I've seen them in sushi places in Amsterdam already. Hey, I see something flying base, downwind I should say. It was nicely reflecting for a moment until it didn't, but I see it's flying in the vicinity of the tower. There you go. So what's this? Is that Welling? It looks like it, doesn't it? Not sure that it is. Let's zoom out a little bit so that it is a bit less distracting if I zoom out on flight radar. Oh yeah, it is Welling indeed. It was Welling after all. Okie doke. Next airplane to arrive is KLM flight 1570, arriving from Porto in Portugal. 737-900, 2 hours 4 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Sierra, which is 23 years old. First flight October 2001, so right a month after 9/11. This airplane started its career as a professional airplane. Jero, good morning. Prasanna, good afternoon. Stefan, good morning. Razor 013, goedemorgen. Grant, good evening. Leroy is indicating that the Cargolux is over Zwolle. That reminds me that I haven't shown you anything on the screen yet. Let's do that while we have a few moments to spare. So METAR, close. METAR indicating wind from the south, CAV okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. This is probably, yeah, this is the latest one. Shows that the wind is slowly turning a little bit southwesterly. Bit more crosswind expected. 19 degrees C, 8 knots of wind. Flight radar, what does it say? Cargolux already in Dutch airspace. The first of 2 747s. This one is arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, and is expected in 15 minutes. The other 747 also happens to be Cargolux, arriving around 11:10, but luckily arriving from the west, so not going to land on the center runway Ivo as well. Jesus is flying to Pisa from Manchester, not flying to Amsterdam today maybe, not right now at least. Emirates A380, okay, caught a few minutes of delay versus when I last checked. Then it was expected around 12:52. Now it's become 12:59 again. So yeah, whether or not we are going to see the A380 remains to be seen. If all is well, Retro Transavia is also at its destination and is expected to return. I think it was around 10:30 the estimated time of departure, and if I recall correctly, it was in it has arrived in Malaga right now. Vueling arriving from Barcelona here in the foreground. In the background, from the left, a KLM 777 should be turning in, flight 592, returning from Johannesburg. It's always hard to estimate how far. Oh wait, I do have it visually already. There it is. It was flying behind ladders that are in my camera screen. Hence the reason I didn't see it right away. It was already in the screen. There you go. Glide slope formation, KLM flight 592. In the background, 777-300 arriving from Cape Town. No, Johannesburg, South Africa. Lars, good morning. David, good morning. Tuning in from South Orange County in California. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at Polderbaan, runway 18 right. At the moment, the only runway open for arrivals. Later, round 11 for 40 minutes. The center runway is also expected to open up. That's usually what happens here with wind blowing from the south, more or less. South, southwest, southeast. From 11:40 until 1 p.m. Once again, only this runway expected to stay open for inbound traffic. And then between 1 and 2, once again, the center runway will open up as secondary runway. 2 747s expected. Traffic jam on the A9 highway in the background still visible. And a Vueling A321 arriving from Barcelona is landing here. Moderate wind, you can see the windmills in the background. If all is well, the upcoming days it should get warmer each day and a bit sunnier. Once again, going back to calendar conform weather. After a few days that have been wet, partially, and definitely cooler than the weeks prior, Bom dia Pedro, who is tuning in from Portugal. And now in Amsterdam, in the Vijzelgracht. Nice. In the Vijzelgracht. Are you swimming or boating? Nah, that was a lame joke by yours truly. Barbacan, good morning. Benvenuto, tuning in from Italy. Lance also back in the chat. Good to see you, Lance. Hope all is well, mate. KLF 5592, river from Johannesburg, South. 10 hours and 31 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Bravo. Looks like the sun once again will start to shine. It's becoming a bit brighter again over here. Now I'm happy to see that the duckies are also still there. Where are they? No, that's the duckies over there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And Gary the semi-zebra greebling was also here. As long as those noisy humans stay away, they should be okay. And the My Freighter 76 is expected around 11:50. Thanks for the heads up there, Wolfgang. My Freighter. Don't think I've ever seen that one here before. Where was it arriving from again? I think it was Almaty, wasn't it? Anyway. If I recall correctly, it was like 33 years old or something. This is Vueling, flight 8316. Definitely less old than 30 years, this airplane, the EC Mess. 1 hour 52 minutes it has flown to get here, and this airplane is a third of that age, 10 years old, first flight March 2015. Still half as young as my car. Tashkent, oof. Geography question, where is Tashkent again? Azerbaijan, no, not Azerbaijan, is it? No. Tajikistan? Hey Jeanette, goedemorgen. Tashkent. Next up, KLM, flight 1402, not arrival from Tashkent, but from Paris. Paris, France. 42 minutes on the way, Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie, Lima. Somewhere in the east, indeed, Wolfgang. Let's keep it at that. Looking around me a little bit. I think that what you're seeing here is a field of beets, but I am not sure. Sugar beets. Here we had a field of wheat. It has been fertilized. That happened a week ago. It hasn't been plowed over yet, which I am expecting will happen sometime soon. So that the fertilizer and the plant remains can compost, ferment. Maybe they'll start showing it with a cover crop to prevent erosion. Uzbekistan. Ah, thank you, Mara. That's definitely further to the east. Hey there, Michael. Good morning. Gerro, goedemorgen. Cargolux now above the Rijp. Unfortunately, that doesn't ring a bell to me where that is in the Netherlands. The Rijp. Guess that was a sip of vodka before I accidentally locked the cabinet in the lounge. Sorry to make you jealous, not sorry. Egil, good morning. Egil Magnus, goedemorgen, good morning, welcome back. Dreamliner coming in, KLM, flight 741, arrived from Cartagena, that's in Colombia, and that is in the vicinity geographically of Ecuador! 8 hours, 59 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Kilo, Foxtrot. Tussen Permanent en Alkmaar. Ah! Well. Let's zoom out a little. Oh yeah, it's turning in. So I'm thinking, with a little bit of luck, are we able to see that happening in the background? Maybe you guys are. Despite having a sun cap over my my camera screen, I still suffer from a lot of reflections. Probably am unable to see all the details you guys are seeing at home when you're watching at a screen that isn't bothered by reflections. Anyway, first 747 of the show is now turning final and is second to land. Before it an SAS. 9 hours of flight for this 787-10 returning from Cartagena. And a CRJ on the glide slope to runway 22. Mitsubishi Challenger 850, although it does say CRJ2 on flight radar. The Ecstasy Express, the Mini Ecstasy Express, Air Ecstasy, returning from Ibiza. Not going to follow that airplane. Going to stick with Her Majesty, who's now number 2 to land here on Polderbaan. Cargolux, flight 2613, the gear is extending. It's the LX Victor Charlie Victor, VCV, 747-400 freighter. 8 hours and 20 minutes on the way. Arriving from Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, which is a country in Africa. 8 hours, 20 minutes on the way. 19-year-old airplane. The first flight of this airplane was in November 2005. That makes it a month younger than my car. Haha. Old Faithful. Well, not that old. Here in the foreground, SAS flight 1552. No, 1553. And that is about to land here, and that's something you will be picking up on the ambient microphone. First Quad Squad member of the show. With a traffic jam on the A9 highway in the background still ongoing. Frederick Sens also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Matt, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Not a bad place to be standing in a traffic jam right under the glide slope of the Polderbaan when a cargo lux 747 is passing overhead. You'll have ample time to watch how it lands. Those truck drivers even are seated higher up, so that's also nice. Cargo lux not disappointing in the audio department. In the meantime, a tractor just now passed by. An SAS also still in the process of vacating the Polderbaan area. Thought I also saw Gary, good morning. Yellow, goedemorgen and welcome to the channel. And BEA took off. Don't tell me it's this one, is it? No, already sooner. Flaps already retracted. Right, next we'll have a barrage of narrow bodies. Nice variety. Embraer 190 first, A321neo second, Embraer 175 third, and an A220 300 fourth by the looks of it. No worries, Wolfgang. If the BA Retro was taking off at the same time the cargo lux was landing, priority would have been filming the cargo lux anyway. Such is life. Irelk, goedemorgen. And Irelk, also welcome to the Aurora Skylines. Welcome back. Thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Don't forget to spam us with those custom emojis you now have at your disposal, mate. Welcome to the Skylines, mate. Milan, good morning. Welcome back. Spotter Lover, good morning. Cargo lux is now vacating from the Polderbaan area and will be taxiing to the main platform area. Fire station in the foreground. And there she goes. Embraer 190 in the meantime landed here, returning from Berlin. The next airplane approaching is British Airways flight 430, arriving from London Heathrow. And that would be an A321neo. Good morning, Yazin. Hey, and Dennis, goedemorgen. Long time no speak. John, good morning. Roy, goedemorgen, good morning. So like I said, a nice variety of narrow bodies. The Embraer 190's landing we just now missed, but I'm pretty sure there will be more. This is BA flight 430, arriving from London Heathrow. It's an A320neo with a registration that also says that. It's the G Neo Golf November Echo Oscar Whiskey. Must have been a big accident on the A9 highway. The traffic jam is still continuing. It's the G Neo. Martin, good morning. Relatively quiet here still. Some pedestrians here. Also some other spotters have arrived. A few over here. And also looking like at the parking itself, it's starting to get a little bit more busy. Man enjoying a walk. And a few more people have arrived. Next airplane is from KLM, Embraer 175, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Flight 1352, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Mike. Wolfgang asks when 0927 will open again. If I am not mistaken, that would be on September 28th. So mostly the entire month of September, the runway is still going to be closed for maintenance. These are lawnmowers. They're used for cutting grass, I think. Looks like it. That is a Dutch. E2 Embraer next. Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. An hour and 44 minutes on the way. There you go. Ah, several cars and a truck involved with the accident apparently on the A9. Sleek looking airplane, and I think it makes the livery look a bit better compared with the A320s. That's what a sleek airplane design does. Mitchell, good morning. Shadow Prepper, good morning. T-Mac, good morning. Always running, good morning. Welcome to the show, guys. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Primary runway for arrivals. Right now, the only runway open for arrivals until approximately 11 o'clock. El Al next. Flight 337 arriving from Tel Aviv. 4 hours and 35 minutes on the way. The 4X EHB. Howdy Peter, goedemorgen. Nothing sticking out under this airplane, unlike the one we saw earlier last week, which had a clearly visible laser system on the exterior. Not sure if these are retractable or if some airplanes of El Al come equipped with them and others don't. It was under the fuselage somewhere right behind the main landing gear. Right now, I cannot see anything. So I'm not sure if these airplanes all come equipped with them or only a few do. You'd think they would be all equipped with them, but yeah, that's just speculation on my end. Okido, empty glide slope. What's up next? It looks like WestJet is turning onto the glide slope from the left somewhere. At least that's what flight radar is saying, and there's the airplane. Yep. WestJet flight 70 arriving from Halifax, Canada. The next arrival here. The plane is making its way over to the threshold. Yeah, of course the threshold as well. The glide slope I was about to say. And it looks like KLM flight 598 arriving from Cape Town will be second after that. It's also looking like a busiest is on their way from the west. Looks like it might be passing overhead, destined to land on the center runway. Arriving from Gloucester, Cessna Citation X. What altitude is it flying on? Mehmet also back. Good to see ya. Mehmet is celebrating a 2-month membership. Thank you so much for your ongoing support there, Mehmet. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking and let me see what I can do to fix it then. Upwards and onwards, mate. Hope all is well. Cessna Citation arriving from Gloucester is flying at nearly 10,000 feet. I think the clouds that we see are higher than that. And I have a visual on the BizJet, so let's have a look. Let's turn around the camera. There it is. Now, there she is. Privately owned, arrived from Gloucester. Expected to land on the Oostbaan. Alright, WestJet flight 70 is arriving from Halifax, Canada. It's a MAX 8737, 5 hours, 20 minutes on the way. The Charlie Golf X-Ray Whiskey Juliet. Brand new airplane, first flight September 2024. Still only slow moving traffic in the background. A9 in the direction of Amstelveen to the east. Hey there Nicholas, good morning. Marcus, goedemorgen. Stealth Wolf, good morning. WestJet is the best jet, is what they say. At least they do have a separate cabin for Karen. I'll give them that. Mehmet just now gifting a membership, and I see that Robin Scott was the recipient. Welcome to the Skylands, Robin. Have fun with the custom emojis that Mehmet provided you with for a month. Don't forget to say thank you. Have fun with the custom emojis. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Naomi, goedemorgen. Jaap, goedemorgen. Next up, KLM flight 104. Well, no, that's the call sign. It's KLM flight 598, arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. 11 hours and 5 minutes underway for this airplane. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Whiskey V-Dub. The V-Dub is coming to town. That is a 4-year-old airplane. The first flight was in January 2021. Air Canada Dreamliner behind it. Air Canada flight 808 arriving from Toronto. And we have a Lufty CRJ as number 3 right now. Hey there Edward, good morning. Good morning everybody else who joined in the meantime. If you joined us later, you may have missed the arrival of one of the 2 queens expected for today's show. Both of them cargo lugs, one arriving from Nairobi, already landed here on the Polderbaan not too long ago. Next 747 expected around 10 past 11, arriving from Miami. Also expected to land here on the Polderbaan. With a little bit of luck, we're also going to see the retro Transavia. Russell Crowe has returned. We also have the duckies. The duckies are sitting in the sand of the reinforced dike. There they are. I say sitting, but part of them are sleeping even. Killer Spieler also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. Next up will be Air Canada Flight 808 arriving from Toronto, Canada. That's a 7878 Dreamliner, the Charlie Golf Hotel Papa Tango. No Quebecs in the registration on this one. It's also not donned in the bank robber livery. So is it coming for our money or not? That's the question. 6 hours and 32 minutes on the way to get here. Next up, Lufty CRJ, and after that, KM Malta, arriving from Malta. So if all is well, in about 45 minutes from now, the second 747 of the show is expected to land. Another cargo log 747. The prior one that already landed arrived from Nairobi. And the one still underway will arrive from Miami, Florida. Ethical robber, Daniel asks, could be robber in disguise. So yeah, big picture wise, looking to the north, things look mostly cloudy, and the same can be said when looking to the west right now. Looking to the east, this is what it looks like. The sun right now seems to be shining a little bit, but there are clouds pretty close by. So how much sun we are going to get remains to be seen. This is looking to the south. The wind on paper is now arriving from over there, where you are able to see a bit more openings in the sky. But right now, where the sun is at, clouds still around the sun. You can already see when looking at the scale of chimney smoke that the wind is blowing more or less from behind, the way the camera is now oriented. So yeah, we'll see what the rest of the show will bring in terms of sunshine. What it does bring right now is the first CRJ of the show. It's Lufty Flight 2302, arriving from Munich in Bavaria in the south of Germany. Flight time is 1 hour and 14 minutes as we speak. And this is the DAC NK, Delta Alpha Charlie November Kilo. Sukanader, goedemorgen. Daan, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. This airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in November 2009. The windows seem comparatively shallow. If you compare that, for instance, with the height of the windows that the cockpit of an A320 family airplane has. Russell Crowe enjoying the show. And and the retro Transavia has taken off in the meantime and is expected in 2.5 hours from now. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. 2.5 hours from now, that's around 1 o'clock, as was expected. Rah. Rah. Russell is sitting there. And he is washing himself. Ah, there he is. Gra? Gra? What's that I'm hearing? You can see him think. What's that I'm hearing? And another one of his homies is sitting over there. They absolutely like sitting higher up. They make good use of the poles and the barriers and the sand that, unfortunately for us, are still here at the Polderbaan. This is KM Malta, arriving from Malta. You'd never guess. The next airplane to arrive is going to be Lufti, flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt. That's going to be an A320. Rah, rah. Russ also says hi, and he also says if you guys are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like if you want to help this channel for free. Like and subscribing if you haven't done so already is an easy and quick way to help us reach more people. People like you guys who are into aviation, who like birdies, who like sound effects, who like custom emojis, but who haven't discovered the channel yet. Spotterbloy, good morning. No, spotting lover. Marcel, goedemorgen. Daan, goedemorgen. Lufty, flight 988 is next, and after that, what looks to be, by judging the call sign, a relocation flight, KLM 9936. Arriving from Brussels, that's number 190. Here in the foreground, Lufty flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt, A320, Star Alliance livery, 41 minutes on the way, the Delta Alpha India Zulu Hotel. Adrie, goedemorgen. Dr. Drax, good morning. Boris, goedemorgen, good morning. The airplane we are now watching approach is 15 years old. Its first flight was in June 2010. The flight time of the Embraer 190 in the background, which happens to be in the SkyTeam livery, one of the two airplanes in KLM's current fleet in the SkyTeam livery, 27 minutes. Lufty in the Star Alliance livery, and it also looks like the engine casings have been replaced recently, and also some of those doors, the hatches that open up when the reversers are being applied. And they haven't repainted it yet. Jetstream Journeys is also back. Good to see you, mate. Now, the ducks are still sleeping. Russell is over there cheering the AMS Live audience to interact and use the custom emojis whenever they see fit. Grah, grah. Let's see what is in store. We have narrow bodies coming in. Narrow bodies after narrow body. 3 visible, maybe even 4 already. The relocation flight from KLM, the Embraer 190 arriving from Brussels. That's in the SkyTeam livery. We have EasyJet behind it. That is an A320neo arriving from Eden.
Bruh.
We have a Transavia behind it arriving from Barcelona, a 737-800. And then another KLM 737-800 arriving from Copenhagen. So there it is, one of the two airplanes remaining in KLM's current fleet in the SkyTeam livery. Returning from Brussels. I'd be surprised if there were passengers on board this airplane. Next up will be EasyJet flight 23305, arriving from Edinburgh, Scotland. An hour and a minute on the way, the OELSW. Austrian registered airplane, age a year. First flight February 2024. Wolfgang asks about contrails. Unfortunately, that is not possible. Mostly cloudiness here overhead. There are bits of blue, but those are very scarce, and it'll be very hard to see any contrails through them. Everything needs to line up really right. Then only briefly are you theoretically able to see something. Practically speaking, it's not going to be possible, unfortunately. Transavia flight 5132 up next, arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour 55 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Echo. 9 years old, first flight June 2016. KLM 737 arriving behind it, arriving from Copenhagen, and behind it another KLM, but an E2 Embraer 195. You can see traffic is still not moving on the A9 to Amstelveen in the background. Apparently, an accident involving multiple cars and a truck happened, and apparently the traffic authorities are still in the process of vacating the runway, making it clear again. Next up, KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen. Visible over there. The E2 behind it, visible at its 10 o'clock. A third airplane is turning in, and that's an A321neo from KLM. Should be arriving from the left somewhere in the background. There it is already. Arriving from London Heathrow. Flight time 1 hour and 3 minutes. That's the nominal flight duration. Copenhagen, one of those 1 hour destinations, so this is a nominal flight duration. Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Foxtrot is the registration. 25-year-old airplane, first flight May 2000. There doesn't seem to be a Karen cabin on board this airplane. Karen will not be pleased by that. There's a small antenna. allowing Karen to call the manager on her phone. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Geneva will be next. KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow as number 2, A321neo, and if all is well, somewhere in the background from the right we should see an ITA A320 turning in. If we are able to see it, which I think we ought to. Oh yeah, it's already visible, there it is. Mostly visible because of the lights already on, the landing lights, but there it is. The first ITA of the show arriving from Milan, flight 120. And it looks like behind ITA is going to be JetBlue arriving from Boston, A321neo. Indeed, Karen had to stay at home today. It's either that or sit with the plebs. Karen is too privileged to be doing that. E2 Embraer 195. And next up, an A321neo. Fax F will be next. Flying as KLM flight 1002. Arriving from London Heathrow. We can see the lights of the ITA and the JetBlue behind the KLM already. There's also an airplane that you may be able to pick up on the microphone passing outbound overhead. And that is SAS. Easily recognizable as such. KLM flight 1002, one of the many flights between London Heathrow and Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. 37 minutes the flight time. Fax F is the registration. First flight April this year. And it seems that we have crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to help this channel for free, liking and subscribing if you haven't done so already is the way to go. It'll improve the discoverability of the channel, allowing people who are into aviation but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet to discover us and maybe one day join our already awesome community. Marcel, goedemorgen. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Bert, goedemorgen. Ozariman, good morning. The second Dutch aviation guy, good morning. Toro, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you joined us later, you may have missed the arrival of the first 747 already. There's another one on the way and it is expected in around a half hour from now. The first 747 was a cargo Lux 747 arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. The second one will also be from cargo Lux and it will arrive from Miami, Florida. Now, let's have a look on Flight Radar after this landing. The A380 is underway. Earlier in the morning it was looking to arrive well before 1 o'clock. Last time I checked it had an ETA of 12:59. This is ITA Airways, flight 120 having arrived from Milano. Benvenuti ragazzi. Alright, it's the EIEIE. Not EIEIO. EIEIE. Helicopter in the background. That's one of the police helicopters. Anne, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. Yeah, JetBlue arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Up next, flight 631. That's an A321neo. 5 hours 55 minutes on the way. November 4022 Juliet, the registration. Yeah, and United is landing after this. That's a United Dreamliner, flight 909, arriving from Chicago. I was hoping I would find some time to show you flight radar, but right now it's not the right time. Yet. No, JetBlue. What's the name of this airplane? Joel Peterson. Minty McJoel Peterson or something. Most of the openings in the sky can be seen to the west-southwest right now, which is also where the wind should be blowing from on paper. Yeah, but I'm only seeing more dense clouds now obscuring the sun. They're too dense to be even seeing sunspots on the solar surface. It almost looks like there's a curl in it. It looks like it, but it isn't. There's not, I should say. English is failing, I need vodka stat. This is United flight 909 arriving from Chicago O'Hare. 7 hours and 12 minutes on the way. November 28912. Stephen also back in the chat. Good morning, Stephen. Hope all is well. Roadhouse, I already said hi to. Ulf also back in the chat. Good to see you. Herzlich willkommen, Ulf. Tarom next, operated by Malta Med Air. So that's an all-white Casper the Ghost airplane coming in. Still a bit further away. Should give us a few moments to have a look on flight radar. So we can see that the second Queen is underway and is about to cross over the Gulf of Yorkshire. It's still a little bit southwest of Norwich with an ETA of 11:09 expected in 25 minutes from now. And here in Romanian airspace is the A380. Now once again making up a few minutes. Last time we checked, its ETA was 12:59. Now it has become 12:57. Earlier it already was 12:55 and 12:52 even at one point. Obviously with those ETAs, this airplane is a very likely candidate to be landing on the Polderbaan. With 12:57 as ETA, I'm not sure. Hopefully it will make up a few more minutes. The Transavia Retro is also underway. Estimated to arrive here shortly before 1 o'clock, arriving from Malaga. I'm hoping they are going to lead it over the southwesterly province of Zeeland, over the coastline, which means it'll land on Polderbaan, even if center were already to open by then. Jesus is also in Europe, has arrived in Pisa from Persenchester, and doesn't look like he will be visiting the Netherlands anytime soon. In the meantime, you guys have missed the touchdown of an all-white Malta Med Air. Well, almost all-white. It's also a bit dirty. And it has a registration on it. Flying on behalf of Tarom. Flying in from Bucharest, which took 2 hours and 34 minutes. I see that Donna is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Donna. Hope all is well. Welcome back. Happy Thursday to all of you. So yeah, Retro Transavia is underway. And also a My Freighter 767. I think that's going to be a channel premiere. Arriving from, what was it again? Tashkent? AMS inbound. I think it's flying in Germany right now. Yeah, My Freighter arriving from Tashkent, expected 11:45. Never saw this airplane before. It's a 767 and yeah, it's all white. It does say My Freighter on it, so that's going to be a channel premiere. it'll be arriving at the time when only one runway for arrivals will be open. So it's going to be a Polderbaan arrival if all is going as normal. What the fudge? That is Transavia using reversers. You've heard it here first. What? Incredible. Hope nobody is going to get into trouble for doing that. Glenn asks, have you seen an all black airplane before? Yeah. One or two biz jets I have seen that were completely black. Now, a refresh of the meter. The meter in the ticker will show you the latest meter regardless. It'll update automatically. But if you want visualization, I can also show you, since there's no airplane coming in right now. Wind is more or less still from the south, although it is expected to open up later in the day and become more southwesterly. 9 knots of wind, 21 degrees C, few clouds at 3,000 feet, so it's no longer cavalcade, but nothing much to write home about. Hans also back in the chat, good to see you. Commercial Aviation, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. It seems that a Transavia A321neo is going to be the next airplane to arrive over here and is turning in, well, already has turned in. Where's that? No, that is the Transavia. I was about to say, is that the next airplane already? The next airplane behind the incoming Transavia, which I'm not sure we are able to see already. I don't think we are. Crouching behind the laptop. No, I don't think that we can see it already. The next airplane after the next arrival should be something red. And ladies and gentlemen, members, make sure you use that custom emoji while we still can. Well, obviously, if play were to stop coming to Schiphol, we can still keep it. But I'll let you guys decide when that time comes. We can also replace play with another emoji, and you guys can vote what emoji you guys would like to have. But not right now. First Transavia and then play is coming in. Transavia flight 6914 is the next arrival. It's an A321neo arriving from Olbia. And Rolf is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Rolf says, this is my last stream going on a cruise this weekend. That sounds very good. Mrs. Professor is also back in the chat. Good morning, Mrs. Professor. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Han also in the chat. Good morning, Han. Welcome back, mate. Hope everybody is doing well. Happy Thursday to all of you. If you joined us just now, you may have missed the arrival of the first 747 of the show, which was arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, and was a cargo lux. There's a second 747 underway, and it is right now traversing the Gulf of Yorkshire. Another cargo lux, but not from Miami, not from Nairobi, but from Miami. Retro Transavia is underway and is expected around 1:15, or was it 1:45? A 767. No, I think it must be 1:45, since it was already in German airspace already. My freighter, a 767 arriving from Tashkent, channel premiere. The A380, last time we checked a couple of minutes ago, had an ETA of 3 minutes to 1. Still not enough buffer to call it already, but let's just say today we stand a chance of seeing the A380 land on 18 right. Fingers crossed. We need to do a tailwind dance for the A380 so that it can make up a few more minutes and get that much needed buffer so that it will not be assigned to the center runway once it enters Dutch airspace. Anyway, I am digressing and running ahead of schedule in my head already. Let's focus on what we can see right now, and this is play. Ladies and gentlemen, bring out that red emoji, make the chat bleed. It's coming in from Reykjavik, Iceland, while it still can. Rumor has it that come October, they will stop flying to Amsterdam and we'll start focusing more on charter flights. So right now we still have an opportunity to use that red custom emoji. Make sure you seize the moment. Play flight 460, an A320neo arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. We can already see the contours of an airplane that is flying behind it, and that would be an EasyJet A319 arriving from London Gatwick. Also, it is 10:54, almost 11. And the first airplane to the center runway has been sighted. Parallel arrivals are commencing and expected to stay in progress for 40 or so minutes. Prince, thank you so much for the kind words. He says, keep going with your channel, mate. Love it. Thank you so much for the kind words. Nice of you to take the effort to say hi and give those kind words in the chat. Much appreciated, Prince. I will definitely do that. I will do my best to keep doing what I have been doing thus far. Happy to hear you're enjoying what I'm doing. Hope that goes for everybody. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, you want to help the channel for free and you haven't done so already, consider liking and subscribing. That way we'll reach new people more easily. People who are into aviation but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet. And still a traffic jam on the A9 highway in the background. From left to right, that's towards Amstelveen. Apparently an accident happened on the highway over there, involving several cars and also a truck. So understandably it will take a little longer to clear everything when there's multiple vehicles involved. And this is the TFPPB, Papa Bravo. Is that a Chinese A350 in the background? Was that the unhappy A350 that we saw land earlier? It sure looks like it. It sure looks like it. Hey, Orange Pride as well. Missing the obvious. Hey, I think we are going to see the sun shine again pretty soon, because it does look like these are the last cloud remnants before more openness is taking over. Now, it's not going to get completely sunny, but we will start seeing the sun temporarily. Ivo as well. Things do look a bit more open looking to the west. Now, on ground level at least, the wind is blowing from the south-southwest, and that is from over there, from where the trees are, that little forest, Polderbaan. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's opening up more looking further ahead. But yeah, over here right now, the sun has begun to shine as I thought was going to happen. This is, of course, EasyJet. EasyJet arrived from Gatwick. Deloire, good morning. Peter de Vries, good morning. Hey, tuning in from Heemstede. That's not too far away from here. If I speak louder than I do already, you will probably be able to hear me. Lovely Heemstede. Which you can see quite well from the observation tower that I'm wondering, am I able to show you from here? It's probably a bit behind the trees, but further to the left. Where is it? Big Spadders Hill. Me and Lisa went there recently. It was the first time I ever went there. Yeah, no, it must be behind the trees over there, the Polderbaan. It's a nice observation pyramid that they built when they held a flower exhibition here, the Floriade, years ago. The field and the whole terrain remained and is now used for recreational purposes, but also for festivals. Speaking of which, mental note, I need to remember that there was a sign here that told me that the Polderbaan road was not going to be accessible on Saturday 23rd and Sunday 24th of August due to the Mysteryland Festival taking place and the campsites being here on this side. Mustn't forget, while we are waiting, I can also maybe put that in the calendar of my laptop. Not accessible due to Mysteryland. Right. Easy fix. While waiting for the next traffic, put it in the calendar of my laptop, which is synced with my phone. And Peter de Vries can hear me. Excellent. Shout out. Chris Schneider, herzlich willkommen. Good morning. Tuning in from Germany. Thank you for the stream, my man. It is almost the weekend, guys. It certainly is. It certainly is. Mike S, good morning. Welcome back. And welcome to everybody else. Good morning to Gallows Close, who is hoping the Cargolux turns over my house in Herugewaard. It doesn't look promising though. Great stream though. Yeah, no, I don't think it's... Well, it depends. It depends. If it gets really busy, they lead the airplanes further to the north. Alkmaar and Herugewaard, of course, only see airplanes overhead when it really gets busy. But looking on flight radar right now, you can see it's starting to get busy, particularly from the east. More traffic coming in. So yeah, fingers crossed. Jetstream Journeys has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Commercial Aviation, good morning. Wolfgang says, clouds doesn't look better, right? There is an RC135 about to pass in 5 minutes. Well, keep me posted. There are more openings in the sky right now. It's not very open, but there's definitely opportunity to see contrails if airplanes are producing them. I haven't seen any contrails in the bits of blue that are now in between the clouds, so that doesn't bode very well. But we are definitely able to see contrails theoretically. The question is, are the airplanes flying overhead producing them right now? Because that isn't always the case. And obviously the airplane in question will have to pass by right at the right place at the right moment. This is semi-zebra adolescent grebe. Not in full zebra livery anymore, but also not in full adult grebe livery. Alan Lee tuning in from the northeast of England. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Frans, goedemorgen. There was an E2 Embraer that landed just now. I'm sure you guys are gutted for having missed it and having to watch Gary Grebe instead. Hey, have a look. The ducks are also passing by. They've stopped sleeping and have started morning cardio by the looks of it, and are swimming in the opposite direction, causing a lot of ripples and making Gary's little voyage a bit more difficult by all the ripples. Gary is saying, screw you guys, I will just make haste and cause a bow ripple in your direction to reciprocate. And the lady ducks are not impressed and are slowly but surely continuing their way to the north. Gary, in the meantime, has not yet dived under and is continuing in our direction. Washy washy. Very important. He seems to be leaning back, doesn't he? Just cruising through the canal. Jeff also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hopo as well. HZ, goedemorgen. Scavenger, good morning. I fear that the cargo lux will not be sent over Heerhugowaard, or will it? Well, maybe. Maybe. It is approaching. So too is the second ETA of the show, albeit going to the wrong runway.
Wrong.
I see that the A330 from KLM arriving from Toronto is being led pretty far to the north, and it looks to be turning base in the vicinity of Alkmaar, so maybe it is going to happen after all, and the cargo lux will be visible from Heerhugowaard as well. I'm counting on it. It seems very likely. Bryn also back. Good to see you, Bryn. Hope all is well. Everything here on my end certainly is well. So the first 747 already landed earlier in the show. The second one is now approaching and is flying downwind. Could be considered an extended downwind leg. Which means I am also looking to, again, although knowing better, to my left to see if maybe I can catch a glimpse of something that looks like a 747, but it's too far away, I think. Too far out for me to catch from over here. RAF plane to pass overhead. Wolfgang says that it will pass a bit north from west to east. Okay, I do see a control right now. That's right there. No, that's something different. That is Team Stripes. Okay, now where is the military plane versus the Condor that we saw just now? Do I need to look further to the north, further to the south? Anyway, keep me posted, guys. South, okay. Well, right overhead there are clouds, so I am hearing something passing by overhead. I'm not sure if that's the RC-135, but I'm not able to see anything right now. Overhead it's all cloudy. This is Air Arabia Maroc flight 127 arriving from Tangier, which is in the north of Africa. It's the Charlie November Mike Hotel. 2 hours and 51 minutes underway. So it was probably the RC-135 I was hearing then. Pity is that right now, directly in the zenith, this is what it looks like, and if it flies from west to east, only here is a small envelope of, it's a letterbox of blue. The rest is all clouds, so don't think we are going to be lucky enough to catch it this time round. That's a good question, Stephen. How do we tell Gary from Greta Grebe? That's a good question, to which I do not have the answer yet. All right, let's have a look. KLM, Embraer 190 arriving from London City. The second airplane behind it is over there, and that is KLM flight 696. That's the A330-200 arriving from Toronto. And the 747 is turning in. I'm thinking, can we see the 747 from here? I don't think that we can. No, I think it is too far to the north. I think if you're in Heerhugowaard, you are able to see it though. From here, too far to the north. So this is KLM flight 982. The Herpa arriving from London City. Singapore A350 is now number 2 to depart from runway 24, Wolfgang says. No entrance. Don't look in my cockpit. Adrian also back in the chat. Goedemorgen, Adrian. Adrian wonders if the pipes still work. That's a good question. I'm not one to test that out. We should be able to see if it starts snowing, and if the snow is not sticking to the pipe, then we'll know it's still flowing, filled with warm excrements. Is the next departure from runway 24 the A350? Or are there cheaters in cheaters lane? Tractor incoming from north to south over the cycling path behind me. Not sure if the chat is still working. Don't see any updates. I'm not sure, is the A350 now next? Because we are going to see 2 heavies now coming in for Polderbaan, which means I will have to turn back quickly. Yeah, pity we are not going to see the Singapore A350 take off then. Here we have KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto. That's an A330-200, 6 hours and 44 minutes on the way. It's the PHAOE. Now, airplanes preceding 747s usually don't get much love here on AMS Live. Of course, this is an exception. This is a wide body. Cargolux in the background. Cargolux 68 kilo is the call sign, arriving from Miami, Florida. 7 hours and 30 minutes on the way. Here in the foreground first, the A330-200. Arriving from Toronto. Quick look at the landing, at the touchdown. Alright, well done. Queen number 2, it's a 747-8. We saw a 400 earlier. This is a 747-8 arriving from Miami, Florida. 7 hours, 31 minutes on the way. It's the Lima X-Ray Victor Charlie Bravo VCB. The airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight was in August 2011. Good morning, Bin Hao. Stifler's dad, good morning. Besides these 2 queens, this and the other Cargolux landing earlier, the A380 is also still expected, and Retro Transavia is also underway. Retro Transavia is expected around 1 o'clock, and that's also the estimated time of arrival of the A380. Although last time we checked it was a few minutes to 1, but it has been varying between 8 minutes to 1 and 1 o'clock. The airplane is watching us, looking us straight in the face by the looks of it. A bit of crabbing. Even though the wind is not very substantial, it is clearly turning a bit more westerly as the morning progresses. Very nice. Very nice indeed. So the two Queens did not disappoint in the audio department today. Both cargo luxes reversing quite loudly. What a sight to behold. Never grows old, does it? Jackie back in time. Well timed, mate. And thank you, Dutch Plane Spotter, for your kind words, mate. Dutch Plane Spotter writes in Dutch, the footage you shoot are awesome, amazing. Thank you so much for your kind words, Dutch Plane Spotter. I'm happy to hear you're enjoying. And I hope that goes for everybody. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. If you want to help this channel for free, help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who would happily join our awesome community if only they knew that we exist. Very maneuverable, even though it is a big behemoth. Elegantly dancing over the taxiway. Next up will be an Embraer 175 arriving from Southampton, KLM type 1070, and an E2 will follow that, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. That's courtesy of the not the firefighter, the bird control over there, who just now set off a round of explosives. Queenie is vacating the Polderbaan area, and that gives me a moment to hop over to the computer and massively thank Just Plain Nuts, aka Steven, for a very generous super chat. Her Majesty indeed it was. Thank you so much for your super chat there, Steven. You didn't have to do that. You did it anyway. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Her Majesty has arrived and she is now taxiing back to the main platform area. And from this angle, it looks like there are trees right next to the taxiway. In fact, those are further to the background. The whole taxiway is pretty empty, immediately left and right. But from this angle, it looks like it's a nice foresty little lane where you can also maybe find some leaves on the tarmac come fall. That's not the case. Now, bird control is setting off fireworks, and you can see why. You can see why. Now, I'm not sure where bird control has gone. I think it, yeah, there it is, right behind the messiness here in the foreground. Clouds is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Edwin, goedemorgen. Frits, herzlich willkommen. Guten Morgen. Right, so now looking to the north, you can see some low friendly clouds here, which will probably provide a nice little background against which the airplanes are going to land in the upcoming hours. We have another E2 Embraer 195, and it looks like it's pregnant, doesn't it? It also has a little bump, a very spacious carrying cabin on its back. Karen will be comfy in there, most certainly she will. Parallel depart arrivals still in progress until approximately 11:40. And if all is well, in half an hour or so from now, we are going to see a 767 from my freighter arriving from Tashkent. We have two airplanes visible here in the glide slope shot. In the foreground, KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham. That is a 737-900. And in the background, we have KLM flight 1076 arriving from Bristol. That's an Embraer 190. And an Embraer 175 is turning in. That is KLM flight 1056 arriving from Norwich. Which I'm not sure that we can see already. I don't think I have it. But we'll see it soon enough. Nolan, good morning. Alex, good morning. Everybody else who joined in the meantime, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, one of two runways open for arrivals right now. The wind is south-southwest, moderate in wind speed. We're not expecting any precipitation, at least not today. Maybe tomorrow morning, I think, or overnight. A few droplets might fall, but otherwise it should stay dry, and the temperature is set to increase in the upcoming days on a daily basis. Right now it's around 20 degrees C. Check the ticker for the automatically updating meter and you'll see. For those of you who are used to Fahrenheit, it's roughly 70 F right now with a moderate wind. Two 747s have already landed, both from cargo logs. One 747-400, 18, one from Nairobi, Kenya, and the other from Miami, Florida. We're still awaiting the A380 from Emirates, which is expected around 1 o'clock. And the retro Transavia is also on the way from Malaga, if I recall correctly, and that should also arrive around 1 o'clock. With a little bit of luck, both those airplanes will be assigned to the Polderbaan. Fingers crossed. Pierre, good morning. Vinny, the Roblox gamer, good morning. KLM flight 1076 is now approaching, arriving from Bristol. And it's 10 o'clock. In the top left corner of the screen is KLM flight, what is it? 1056 arriving from Norwich. It's number 190 followed by number 175. Jesper, goedemorgen. And good morning everybody else. It's starting to get more busy and busy. People walking, people cycling, mopeds, people sitting on benches. Also behind me, quite a few people. Not sure how many have arrived at the parking lot already. Quite a few, if you look in the background, behind the fence. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke is currently looking like so. And this is KLM flight 1076 touching down, 53 minutes and away from Bristol. Nick, morgen. Sander, morgen. Queen King FX, good morning. Dave, goedemorgen. Jesper, goedemorgen. Indeed, Rens, you can see that people have vacation, school holidays. Although it probably will not be too long before the first region that began with the school vacations will be going back to school again, won't it? Somewhere in mid-August or something. The first region is probably expected to go back to school again. Crazy Storm, buongiorno, Roberto. And a happy birthday to Hendrik. Is that today? Congratulations. Dutch Plane Spotter says A330 Lufthansa above you. I'm looking. I'm hearing something, but I'm not seeing anything. It's also hard to see because there is cloudiness above me with only here and there small patches of blue. Nick asks if there are Dixies at the parking lot. There are. They recently added 2 more, so there are 4 closed Dixies. And they also placed a second, one of those pods where men can pee. because the one that was standing there already lately has been filled to the brim. So there are now 4 dixies that you can close the door of, and a second set of well, urinars, basically for men. Well, there are also urinals in the dixies themselves on the left. It's still narrow bodies galore. Pegasus is arriving on the center runway, arriving from Istanbul. Greet, goedemorgen. School is underway in Georgia, is what Steven is saying. When do you guys have school holidays over there in the summertime, or do you guys don't you have? Well, I'm sure you must have summer holidays, right? Next airplane arriving is KLM flight 924, arriving from Eden.
Bruh.
Underway for an hour and 2 minutes. The Papa Hotel Echo X-ray Kilo. Wind is slowly but surely, by the feel of it, starting to pick up, which is not unusual. Aya says September 1st the schools are going to begin again. In which region of the country? Greet, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan, where you can see that construction is taking really, really long. For weeks now, those poles, those barriers have been lying around here. They're reinforcing the dike on the other side of the canal. But there's nobody to see here. Right now, no work is being done. And you can see where they left off. The poles are already driven into the water, into the ground below the water over here. The barriers still have to be placed. The placing of the barriers is... Placing of the barriers left off over there. You can see the last bits of barriers, and here it's just pole. And everything over here still has to be reinforced. So this is going to take weeks still by the looks of it. I'm also surprised to see that nobody is working on this project right now. KLM flight 936 is next, arriving from Glasgow. One hour underway, Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie, Golf. Moped on the cycling path coming this way. Now, let's see what is in store. Narrow bodies for the moment, but there is a 777 underway, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. KLM flight 682, flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire, in the vicinity of the Dutch coast. And in Georgia, the school break is May 21st until August 4th. So school has already resumed. The new school year already has begun. Is that the same everywhere in the United States, or is that a state-specific thing? And Anya is saying the north for the vacation break. Now, was that the first region to begin with the school holidays, or was it the south or the middle? Don't know. Don't have children myself, in case you hadn't noticed, since I don't know when the school holidays are. What I do see is that the traffic jam on the A9 seems to have resolved finally. Took a little while, but there you go. It's driving again. Everybody is driving underway like normal. Martinaire also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. This is KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. 1 hour and 8 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Foxtrot. On the left you can see another airplane. That's EasyJet flight 22515, arriving from London Luton. That's an A320. And it looks like the 777 is going to be the next airplane after that. John also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. It's 11:30 right now, so that means another 10 or so minutes before the parallel arrivals are going to stop. And it's back to normal operations with just one runway open for arrivals. If I'm not mistaken, the 767 arrival from Tashkent should also be pretty close by already by now. This is KLM flight 1944, arriving from Basel. 1 hour and 9 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Foxtrot. 9-year-old airplane, first flight December 2015. Parallel departure, parallel arrival still in progress. It's narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies to both runways. German Airways with the pointillism inspired tail. That would be KLM flight 1498, arriving from Barcelona. Next up, EasyJet flight 22515, arriving from London Luton. Look away if you are Luton intolerant, because it might give you the cramps. Lords who travel, tuning in from Blackpool, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. So, the next quad squad member is going to be the A380, which is expected around 1 o'clock. Last time we checked, its ETA was around 1 o'clock. Let's have a quick look. On flight radar, it's almost flying into Austrian airspace, and its ETA right now is 12:54. That is good news. Retro Transavia is on the way. Its ETA is 12:57. So with a little bit of luck, the two airplanes of interest are going to land here on this runway. Only one way to find out. That's fingers crossed and hope for the best. EasyJet flight 22515, arriving from London Luton, 41 minutes on the way. It's the Gasgee, Golf Echo Zulu Golf Yankee. Great Gasgee has arrived. Narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. Though not to the Polderbaan anymore. Finally, time for a 777-200 This is KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. 8 hours 29 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Lima. The plane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in February 2006. And the 767, my freighter, is above Zwolle, so in Dutch airspace already. It's 9:33, that means that the parallel arrivals are pretty soon going to stop. And Mrs. Professor says that when schools start in the US depends on each district. So it's not even state-wide, state level organized. It's from district to district variable. It's interesting. Does it vary a lot or just a couple of weeks maybe? Here in the Netherlands, the summer holidays, for the summer holidays, the Netherlands are broken into 3 areas, north, middle and south. And it's usually in a 2-week time span that the holidays begin, the summer holidays. So in the first week, the north, for instance, week 2 would be the middle and then the south in the 3rd week. Paul, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome back. You missed 2 747s from Cargolux landing already, but Retro Transavia is still underway, as is the Emirates A380, and both of them are right now expected a few minutes to 1. With a little bit of luck, both will be assigned to this runway. This is KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. 8 hours and 31 minutes. It was underway, now touching down here on the Polderbaan. 19-year-old airplane, first flight February 2006. And the channel premiere expected in 10 minutes from now. My freighter 767 arriving from Tashkent in Dutch airspace already. I'm assuming it has been assigned to the Polderbaan, right? Sure hope it will. Spotter, herzlich willkommen, tuning in from Hanover in Germany. Bob, good evening, tuning in from Sydney, Australia. Welcome, mate. Hope you've had a good day. So yeah, looking around me to the north, this is what it looks like. To the west, this is what things look like. To the east, this is what it looks like. And to the south, this is what it looks like. Okie-do. Now, where is the next airplane? Right as the wide bodies are approaching, they are assigning those airplanes to the center runway. So KLM flight 604 has been assigned to the center runway. Is the Delta also? I'm not sure. It's hard to see. I think, yeah, Delta is coming this way. So KLM flight 604 has been assigned to the wrong runway. Delta Airlines flight 144 luckily still is assigned to the right runway. Mike Wild also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we're here at Polderbaan. Pretty soon the only runway in use for arrivals. Right now, still one of 2. One of the airplanes that is getting away from us today is flying over there. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner, KLM flight 604. Gear is extending. It's arriving from LAX, and ordinarily it should have been assigned to the Polderbaan, arriving from the west. But it's going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
And it varies only a couple of weeks, Mrs. Professor says. Krijn, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Peter, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. KLM flight 604, arriving from LAX. Undoubtedly one of the last airplanes to the center runway. This is an unexpected one. And Cornelia is tuning in from Vienna. Goedemorgen. Or should I say servus? PH Jet also back in the chat. And Bus is not showing any planes. Stupid Bus. We should have a word with him. A-hole. Do your job. Now, luckily the wide body following this airplane was assigned to the right runway. Delta Airlines Flight 144 coming in next, which is why I am going to zoom out, let this go. Turn back the camera, because here it is already. This is Delta Airlines Flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. A330 Neo, 8 hours 42 minutes on the way. November 417 Delta X-Ray. Jaap is also tuning in from Gouda. Goedemorgen Jaap. The airplane we are now looking at is 3 years old, first flight February 2022. But if you look closely, you can even see the exhaust gases, which is interesting for such a new airplane. Normally speaking, they wouldn't be that visible. Well, it was only briefly. Now, no longer we can see it as much. The airplanes have begun to crab a bit more lately than in the beginning of the stream. The wind has picked up. It's also slowly but surely getting more westerly as the day progresses. It's not very crosswindy yet. It's also not very gusty yet or breezy, but you can definitely notice. Delta is not disappointing in the audio department here. Definitely not. That sounded great. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Peter for your super sticker. A character looking really impressed, saying, "Whoa, thank you so much for that, Peter. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for your generosity." I see that Ricardo is also back in the chat. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Now how much longer will we see parallel arrivals? I think not long. I think the last airplane to the center runway is approaching. That's number 175 arriving from Hanover. There it is. I don't think anything is following after that. The rest should be coming back to the Polderbaan exclusively for the time being. That's good news. That means the 767, my freighter, will also be coming this way. PH Jet, good morning. Lakerson, Servus. Bobbers, good morning. KLM Flight 954 is next to arrive from Newcastle, 52 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Victor. A330 behind it, that's Delta Airlines. Flight 136. Arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Yeah, and we are seeing the 767 on flight radar now. Arriving from Tashkent, my freighter. And that is going to be a channel premiere. Howdy Klaartje, goedemorgen. Klaartje is tuning in from sunny Belgium. Here it is a bit cloudy. Though luckily not excruciatingly warm. The airplanes definitely have begun to crab a bit more. KLM Flight 954 arriving from Newcastle. That's number 190. Helsinki Spalling also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Let's quickly turn around. It's wide bodies rush hour with KLM Flight 136 to begin. Arriving from Detroit, Michigan. That's an A330-300. The airplane behind it should be a 777-300 from KLM. Which is right there. Two airplane glide slope shot. It does look like the Embraer 190 from KLM, arriving from Humberside, is going to creep ahead of the 767, but the 767 is almost here. Channel premiere, my freighter arriving from Tashkent. Now that's something you don't see very often. Yusef, good morning. Jackosaurus, good morning. Jackosaurus, what was that? Where do I know that from? Wasn't that a joke in South Park or something? I have to dig in my memory. Think where I remember that name from. Okay then. No, Delta. Flight 136 arriving from Detroit. Wind is picking up. I think it's time to enable image stabilizer. Oh no, 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 no! Those bastards have assigned the 767 to the center runway. Of course they have. Because why wouldn't they? Screwing us over. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Lakerson for your super sticker. Shiba Dog raises and lowers his index finger to get noticed. Mate, thank you so much for your super sticker. That is very much appreciated. Now, that stupid ATC, they're assigning the 767 to the wrong runway. And also a massive big thank you to AJ, aka Ali, who just now gifted 5 more memberships. You really did not have to do that, Ali. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylounge new members. If you're one of the recipients of Ali's gifted memberships, don't forget to thank her and have fun with the custom emojis that are now at your disposal for a month. Ali, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylounge new members. What are they doing? This is KLM Flight 758, arriving from Panama City. That's the 777-300 The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Victor, Sierra. 9 hours and 27 minutes on the way. Morgen. Hey, leuk man. Fijne dag. Dank je. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight February 2017. Right, another one going to the wrong runway, getting away from us.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Channel premiere, not to the wrong way. The wrong way. This is going to the wrong way. My freighter, channel premiere, a 767-300 arriving from Tashkent. In, what was it again? Uzbekistan? What was it? Registration, Uniform Kilo 67020. It's almost a phone number. 6 hours and 51 minutes on the way. Flight radar is giving us all sorts of wacky information. Speed of 87 knots. If it were flying that slowly, it would be crashing out of the sky, which luckily it isn't. 6 hours and 51 minutes away from Tashkent. The airplane is 31 years old. The first flight was in September 1993. Stranger is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Stranger. Hope all is well. Yeah, so I would have loved to see this airplane a bit closer by. Luckily from here we can still see it quite well. Also a bit longer actually than when if it were landing on the Polderbaan. But we're missing the audio of course right now. And Ali is celebrating 2 months of membership and she writes, time to bribe those ATC people to use the right runway. Bribing? I think we need to threaten them. Bribing will not work. Those bastards are resilient and stubborn, like true Dutchies. I think torches and pitchforks are needed. Hey Jolanda, goedemorgen. Hey, good to hear, stranger. Now that is the reverser you're hearing. Also, taking off, having taken off from runway 24 just now is Cargolux. One of the 2 airplanes that we saw land undoubtedly. Probably continuing either to Luxembourg or maybe a bit further south, Milan or something. Climbing reasonably enthusiastically, so it doesn't look like it's very heavily loaded. In the meantime, over here in Embraer 190 from Britty Hopper, flying on behalf of KLM, returning from Humberside. Offer them vodka. I'm not sure if it's going to help. I'm not sure. I think more drastic measures might be necessary. TUI Flight 757 has arrived from Willemstad, Curaçao. It's a 7878 Dreamliner de Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Kilo. 8 hours and 39 minutes underway. 11-year-old airplane, first flight May 2014. And still airplanes arriving to center. An airplane arriving from Luxembourg as well. In the meantime, the ETA of Emirates has climbed again to 12:59 and that makes it a candidate for the center runway. Now hopefully the Transavia will be directed through Zeeland and over the North Sea so that it is a candidate for the Polderbaan. But it too might even end up at the wrong runway. I wouldn't be surprised if it were to happen. We'll see. Oh shoot, I forgot to enable image stabilizer, I'm now noticing. Wind has begun to pick up significantly over the last half hour. That's a good suggestion on waterboarding. That should teach him a lesson. Letting the 767 go to the wrong way. How dare they? But have a look. I mean, it's 11:52. Ordinarily, center should be closed by now. And they're not done yet with assigning airplanes to the center runway, so I'm not sure what is going on here. They're definitely diverging from the normal runway change schedule. Let me enable image stabilizer quickly. Should mitigate some of the wind vibrations. The next airplane coming in is KLM Flight 984, arrived from London City. That's an Embraer 190, and still flying parallel to it is KLM Flight 1406, arriving from Paris. And behind that is an Embraer 190 arriving from Aalborg, which is interesting because that too is going to the wrong way. That means that there are more airplanes on the glide slope to the wrong way now than the right way. Right. What's this? Is that a 360-degree camera, or is that a Wi-Fi jammer to cause more interference? Hey, John Dutch Canadian is also back in the chat. Good to see you, John. Goedemorgen. Hope it was well. So yeah, 2 747s have landed. The A380 is still underway. To which runway remains to be seen. Last check on Flight Radar did not look that good. And it looks like a 360 camera, Paul is saying. I've never seen them before. Let's go to autofocus so that we can hopefully get it a bit sharper in view. Right, well, looks interesting. So big picture overview. There is some openness in the sky. Once again, the wind has picked up. Wind is blowing, by the feel of it, from over there, south, becoming more southwesterly. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the east. Right now, things have opened up around the sun a little bit more. This is what it looks like to the south. The next arrival to the Polderbaan, or is it? No, it looks like it is going to the Polderbaan. Yeah, there it is. Finally, KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. That's 777-300 It looks like an EasyJet arriving from Eden will be behind it. Right. 360 cam confirmed. 360 cam. Now further to the north. I also see that the Polish Air Force C295M is also approaching again. Last time we saw it was a week ago and it landed on the Schiphol Oostbaan. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen today as well, but fingers crossed, maybe they'll give it, they'll assign it a different runway. Or have they already assigned it? Is it even showing on bus, and can you already see what runway it has been assigned to? This is KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's a 777-300 7 hours and 8 minutes underway. The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Golf, and that is a 13-year-old airplane. The first flight was in May 2012. That's a KLM style landing. Either reverse, keep up the speed, vacate late sooner to the gate. Next airplane to arrive, EasyJet flight 23301, arriving from Edinburgh. That's an A320 coming in. Let's also have a quick look at the weather. The meter, of course, already is updating automatically in the ticker. That is showing you the latest weather report, but the visualization can also sometimes help to get an idea with what the numbers and letters are indicating. The latest iteration of the weather report shows this. The wind is opening up more to the west. This is the wind direction that is expected for the remainder of the day. Still at 10 knots according to the METAR. It feels like a bit more by now already. 13 to 14 knots was expected in the TAF. 21 degrees C, relatively constant temperature of around 70 to 72 Fahrenheit. You can also see we have few clouds at 3,000 feet, so it's no longer Cavalcade, but there is a bit of cloudiness. And Bas is still not showing any planes, is what Maria is saying. So Bas is on vacation apparently. Means we'll have to hope for the best and see what will happen. The A320 from EasyJet is over here already. And then number 190 arriving from Cardiff should be turning in somewhere in the background. A380 over your head, west to east in a few seconds. This is what over my head looks like right now. Barely able to see anything. Although the cloud over there does look really nice, illuminated beautifully. But yeah, something arriving from the west overhead. I am not able to see it. Shitty weather in that respect. Time for more Embraer 190s because everybody knows you guys love those the most. We have two back-to-back coming in, one from Cardiff, one from Teesside or Darlington. Both flying on behalf of KLM, but are they KLMs? The first one is, the second one is a Britty Hopper. Vooding will be next after that. A TUI Dreamliner is arriving from Brussels. That is flying downwind over the coastline more or less. Still a bit further to my southwest. So I'm looking in that direction right now. Hoping for better, but not seeing anything. Honda's considering to prepare some lunch. That's a good point. It has been 12 o'clock already. Might be a good idea. The second Embraer 190 is turning in now in the background. And the first one over here is crabbing our way. Now, if you really like Embraer 190s, I have good news for you because there's also an Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds that looks to become the fourth airplane. So we'll have Embraer 190s as number 1 and 2. Then a Vueling arriving from Valencia as number 3. Then another Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds. I was hoping for a bit more sunshine than we are currently experiencing, given that the Transavia Retro is coming, and I am hoping for a landing on the Polderbaan for her. I've yet to catch her in good light. Each time she arrived, it was either far away or cloudy at the time of arrival, or both. Patience is a virtue. In the meantime, that is good news indeed, Wolfgang. Wolfgang is indicating that there is a 747, a bonus queen, taking off from Paris, or at least about to take off. So that should be arriving here within the hour. It looks like once again the center runway has closed and everything is coming to the Polderbaan exclusively. So with that in mind, hopefully until 1 o'clock everything arriving is going to land on this runway. That's good news for the bonus queen, third queen coming in. Cathay Pacific, I'm assuming. It's usually Cathay Pacific, or at least Cathay Pacific cargo. Han is gone for lunch. Be right back, he says. Be quick, you don't want to miss your favorite airplane. Or do you? This is Britty Hopper, flying on behalf of KLM, under the moniker of KLM Flight 964, arriving from Teesside. Used to say Darlington in Flight Radar. It's an Embraer 190 long range, and 45 minutes it has been underway, and a long range it has flown 255 nautical miles. Well, there you go. Yin also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Yet another name. Hope all is well, mate. So there's a bonus queen coming in. 2 queens already landed. 2 cargo luxes, and I'm assuming the bonus queen is going to be Cathay Pacific cargo. Retro Transavia is also underway, as is the Emirates A380. The latter more and more seems to become a candidate for the central runway. The former hopefully will be a candidate for the Polderbaan. Also happened to see that the Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard just now took off and is flying westbound for another coastal patrol. Looking in the direction of the wind, this is what it looks like. Looking a bit more to the west, this is directly to the west, this is what it looks like. This is what the south currently looks like overhead. This is looking to the east, overhead, and looking to the north. Hans' favorite is now landing. It is Vueling. Vueling arriving from Valencia. Hola amigos. Next up, another Embraer 190. If you're a fan of Embraer 190s, you are so lucky today. Britty Hopper coming in from Leeds, and the TUI relocation flight, I think it's a relocation flight at least. TUI flight 064 Papa is the call sign. Arriving from Brussels. Doesn't seem to have a flight number attached to it looking on Flight Radar. The Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Mike. That's her in the background. Gear is extending. Oh. No, where did it go? There it is. Okie doke. Next up, a Dreamliner arriving from Brussels. And in the background, we can already see the contours of a KLM A330-300. KLM flight 767 arriving from Bonaire. Marissa is also back. Welcome terug. Good to see you, Marissa. Hope all is well. Now, the question is, where is the C295 going to land? Probably runway 22, but fingers crossed. Maybe we'll get compensated for losing the 767 to the center runway. And just maybe... Nah, it's probably not going to happen. Oh! At least here on my flight radar, the C295 was doing sort of a looping. Was flying back to the northeast suddenly, and then now it is flying back to the west again. Michael also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. 1 CRJ from Lufty. Thus far you have missed. It was pretty early in the stream already. 2 747s. But the third one is on the way. A bonus queen just took off from Paris. Or at least I think it has taken off by now. Retro Transavia is also on the way. The A380R is also on the way. Both expected around or shortly before 1 o'clock. And we had a channel premiere in the form of a 767 arriving from Tashkent. My freighter. Not that the delivery was that impressive, just white with the word My Freighter on it on both sides of the fuselage, but still, it was something new, a channel premiere. Yeah, and it does look like the C295 is now on the glide slope to runway 22. Which means we ought to be able to see it in the distance at some point, if only I know where exactly I need to point the camera. I'm thinking I should be able to see it already, but I'm not. I am scanning, but I'm also not forgetting that there is an A330 coming in next. So let's have a look at it first. Arriving from Bonaire, KLM flight 767. Flight time 8 hours 53 minutes. Fuck D. That's not me cussing, that's me reciting the registration of this airplane. Papa Hotel Alpha Kilo Delta. Yeah. Fuck D. No reverse landing. Oh wait, I spoke too soon. Idle reverse. John is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Mr. Singleton. Welcome back, hope all is well. Now the fact that the slots for the reverses did not deploy at touchdown, is that an indication that the pilot flying or maybe the other manually set open the reversers? That it wasn't loaded? Usually they open up relatively quickly after touchdown. No, wait, they do that. They do the manually. It's the spoilers that are armed and open automatically. So it was just a late reaction of probably the pilot flying doing that. Here we have the C295 Polish Air Force Flight 48. Interesting, I think it was exactly a week ago that we also saw this airplane. Are they now flying a scheduled flight into Amsterdam? Interesting. 2 hours 50 minutes on the way. Oh, I'm also trying to find information on Flight Radar, but that's not a good idea when you're zoomed in so far. So 2 hours and 50 minutes on the way. The age is NA, so no need to open up Flight Radar to look up details of this airplane. There aren't any. Hans favorite in the meantime. Passing by here in the foreground. Sorry Han that you have to miss this one. Seems to be windy at times over there as well. With the wings going up and down every now and then. That's a good question, Wolfgang. Is that the C295 here to deliver my vodka? I'm not sure. I did place an order just now, but would they be so quickly already? It would be terrific service, wouldn't it? Oh, I'm hearing heavy hitter noises, and that is the Finnair A350 going back to bloody Helsinki in Finland, passing overhead. The airplane I was still too late for on the scene to film its arrival this morning, but at least we were able to catch a glimpse of it leaving. Means we missed the arrival of a dime in a dozen 737-800 with a carrying cabin. Mario also back in the chat. Herzlich willkommen. Good to see you again, Mario. Hope all is well. Next airplane, Aer Lingus. Aer Lingus arrival from Dublin, Ireland. An A321neo, the EILRF Lima Romeo Foxtrot, flight 604. And already an airplane behind it, that's also arriving from Valencia, but not Hans' favorite. It is Transavia. An E2 Embraer 195 is turning in. The third airplane to arrive is KLM Flight 1004, arriving from London Heathrow. It's 12:18. That means in 40 or so minutes, both the Emirates A380 and the Retro Transavia are arriving. Hopefully by then the sun has started shining again a little. Right now the sun is shining only bleakly. It was blocked by a cloud just now. Now once again in open sky. Or at least opener sky. Alright, so next up Transavia flight 6338, arriving from Valencia in España. 2 hours and 10 minutes on the way. 737-800, the Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Charlie. 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. The wind has begun to pick up a little bit. It's now double digits. It's also turned a bit more to the west This morning we began with southwesterly wind. The wind direction has opened up a bit more and has now become full-fledged southwesterly wind. Oh. I think that's the second Transavia of the show using its reversers upon landing that we are seeing today. Nice to see. Sordo, buenos dias. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. And also a massive big thank you for the 500 plus likes that Maria is now mentioning we have crossed. Thank you all so much for the support, guys. I'm happy to hear you guys are enjoying what you're seeing. And if you are enjoying and you haven't given a like yet, consider doing so if you want to help this channel for free. Liking and subscribing the channel and its content will help the discoverability of the channel and will hopefully bring in people like you guys who are into aviation but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. So we are still around. We're going to stick around for the arrival of the A380. We're going to stick around for the retro Transavia, and if I recall correctly, there were also a few wide bodies on the way that were still expected between 1 and 1:30. So let's see what the day will bring. Here we have one of the many E2 Embraers that we have already seen. This one, according to Flight Radar, has a 1700 E-Jet sticker on it. The downside is that sticker is only placed unilaterally right behind the front door on the left side of the fuselage, so impossible for us to see from this angle. Only if the wind is really hard from the west and the airplane is crabbing in, might we be able to see a glimpse of it before the touchdown, but still, it's a small sticker. It's also absolutely not worthwhile mentioning on Flight Radar. I'm not sure why they do that, and sometimes when there is a sticker on it, they're not mentioning it. Randomness of Flight Radar. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Wolfgang, who just now gifted 5 memberships. You really did not have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. Probably because of the crossing of 500 likes. A massive big thank you to you, Wolfgang, and I hope that everybody who just now received a gifted membership from you will say thank you or dankeschön for it. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. And if you guys are enjoying a gifted membership, consider renewing it once it expires, or maybe gifting somebody else a gifted membership who might also enjoy it. Hey there, Gerrit, good to see you. Feestweek in Rensburg, is that now already? In my area, it's usually in the 2nd and 3rd week of September. I think Noordwijkerhout is a bit earlier. I also recall having seen signs indicating that things were going to go down in Sassenheim as well already. Anyway, it's that time of year again. Stefan says that the 747 took off from Paris. If that only happened just now, it is still 40 minutes away. Fingers crossed they'll lead it over the North Sea coast and not land inward, because if they land inward, well, still, if they lead it over the coast, they may still assign it to the center runway. Wouldn't be surprised if they were. And Gerrit is going to promote AMS Live in the village with his cap on. That is great, mate. Thank you so much. Well, you don't need the hat per se because of the abundance of sunshine. It's not that sunny yet, and I'm not sure how much more sunnier we are going to get it over here today in the west. Every time you think things are opening up, there's more cloudiness drifting in or forming right before the coastline. I'm happy to say that the next airplane is approaching, and it's an A350 even. Arriving from Bonaire, and behind it is a KLM 777 arriving from Lima in Peru. Denzel is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Denzel. And the feestweek in Rijnsburg is always beginning in August. There you go. They'll probably go from village to village. If it's Rijnsburg now, it's probably some nearby village after that. In the meantime, the bird control is on the runway doing a runway inspection. Oh. Lock the tilt axis, but unlocking it will unleash the power of camera panning and tilting. Yeah. Even with moderate winds, I am noticing that the camera and the panning is susceptible, or has become susceptible once again, for unevenness. I have placed an order for a new drag mechanism. It's being ordered and I'm waiting for notification that I can come over to have the drag mechanism replaced. Up till now with this Sachtler, I've been replacing it, at least the pan drag mechanism, once every year, but I think twice a year is probably even better. Ah, Katwijk Rijnitz was 2 weeks later. There you go. Yeah, so they'll probably be in that part of the area, and then they'll go over to Noordwijkerhout and to Voorhout and Sassheim, and then Lisse, Hillegom, or maybe in the other order. Don't know exactly. It's always in September in our neck of the woods. Now Evo as well. Somewhere in the background from the left, an A350 should be turning in. Still relatively further to the north, halfway between Beverwijk and Alkmaar by the looks of it, so I'm not sure to what extent we can see it already, although it is flying this way as it is also moving towards the glide slope, so not seeing it visually yet. I'm looking over the camera a bit further to the left to see if I can spot anything already. It's also hard to go by what you see on Flight Radar to gauge where exactly you need to look. Another moped on the cycling path. I have the A350 now. There it is. The World to Fly Corendon A350 flight 5997. Turning in, arrival from Bonaire. Wolfgang is indicating that according to Flight Radar the 74 needs 40 minutes from now. So yeah, that is dangerous. That makes it arrive here in to arrival runway territory. Russell also says, yeah, that's dangerous, Krah, krah. Russell is also warning for the impending danger of the arrival time of the 747, the bonus queen that is on the way now from Paris. Krah, krah. He was saying, don't say I didn't warn you. Okay, let's have a little nibble or a little drink, quench your thirst. Here it is, Corendon World to Fly, flight 5997. A350 900, the ECNZF, November Zulu Foxtrot. 8 hours and 26 minutes on the way. Next airplane after that is going to be KLM flight 744, arrival from Lima in Peru. That's 777-300 And it looks like Lot will be arriving next after that, arriving from Warsaw. KLM 777 is still flying base. Trying to see where it might be in the sky. I am struggling to see airplanes, even if they are flying base and are basically showing their side to us. You could also see it with the Corendon World to Fly. It's still a very small profile and the contrast needs to be right. You really need to look in the right place to see it. It is often like trying to find a needle in a haystack. And Russell's laughing. Haha, you dumb human. Can't even find a big airplane. What a douche. A covert magpie perhaps indeed, Ali. Was interesting to see. Russell is hiding his grey hairs and maybe is he using colored shampoo to wash his feathers a bit darker than they actually are. Interesting. In the meantime, Randy, good morning. Football Skills, good morning. This is World to Fly Corendon. 8 hours and 28 minutes away from Bonaire. Now touching down here. What a beautiful machine. Can't wait for the KLM A350s to arrive. Hopefully they'll listen to what we have been saying all along and done one of them in a retro livery. How sweet would that be? Have a retro KLM A350, even if it were to become a freighter. Another 747, but not this. This is the A350-1000. I misread. A350-1000 taking off. The A350-900 landing here. Another airplane passing overhead. And as you can see, particularly considering it is only a Thursday, quite a few people have come out. Also looking at the fence in the background, you can see quite a few people here today. Polderbaan is definitely a popular place that families with young children like to visit during holidays, during days where the weather is decent, and weekends in particular year round. Let's turn around. We have KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima, which is in Peru, which is in the geographic vicinity of
Ecuador!
Trying to push buttons and also turning around the camera. Not really the best idea. This is KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. 11 hours and 35 minutes on the way. It's a 777-300. It used to be Marissa's beloved. The PHBVD used to be one of the 3 airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. Unfortunately, the BVD no longer is. It's just the Embraer 190 and the 737-900. The former we already saw before, returning from Brussels with a flight number that seemed to indicate it was either a relocation flight or it might have returned from maintenance or training or something. KLM flight 99 something something. That was the call sign, not the flight number. This would classify as a KLM, typical KLM style landing. Either reversers, keeping up the speed, vacate late, and soon to the gate. Next up shall be Lot. A lot to see. Visit the North Moravia region livery. More a sticker than anything, actually. Also gives me a moment to go over to the computer and massively thank Razor013 for your super chat for Android sip of vodka. Thank you so much, Razor013. Much appreciated. An Android sip of vodka. That sounds good. That we are seeing. The lot is number 195, flight 263, the SPLNG. Liquid natural gas. 1 hour and 44 minutes on the way. MBA is a number 190 arriving from London City. Visit North Moravia. If I recall correctly, that is in the northeast of Poland. I think I saw an episode of Rail Away that was going through that area. Lots of lakes, lots of pine trees, beautiful nature. Reminded me a little bit of the footages, the images that I have seen of Canada. Never been there, so I'm not sure if it compares, but it definitely was looking beautifully when what I saw of it. Well, I was wrong. It is a bit more than just a sticker. It definitely is more than just a sticker. Michael DCA also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well on your end. BA City Flyer will be next, arriving from London City. That's the Golf Lima Charlie Alpha Golf. There it is already. And at its 10 o'clock is an SAS A320, flight 823, arriving from Oslo. It's 12:37, so if all is well, within half an hour from now, the A380 and the Retro Transavia are expected to arrive here. Let's have a look at Flight Radar after this landing to see where they are right now and see what their estimated times of arrival have become. Speedbird has landed. Let's quickly turn the camera back, lock everything. Let's have a look at the screen and see what Flight Radar is indicating. Have a look at this. Flight Radar is giving us 3 airplanes of interest in the vicinity of the Netherlands. Let's zoom in a little and see. First up, Transavia with an ETA of 12:59. Now, they can also lead it like so, over Schiphol, then north, and then to the center runway. So it is going to be very interesting to see what runway they will assign the Transavia Retro. This is a clear case of going to the wrong runway. The Emirates A380 with an ETA of well past 1 o'clock. No need to ask where that is going to. Now, here too, Cathay Pacific Cargo, they can lead it over the airport at 7,000 feet, vector it north, west and south to the center runway. That has happened on many occasions before, so your guess is as good as mine. And if bus is out of commission, then we'll just have to wait and see what the patterns they will be flying are going to be like. From that we can deduce what is going to happen. Particularly for the 2 airplanes arriving from the southwest, we should be able to see what will happen. If they're already pretty low over the coastline, they're probably going to go to the Polderbaan. If they're not going to drop below 7,000 feet, they're going to lead it over the airport to the northeast, and it will be a center arrival. So you will be able to see pretty soon where the airplanes are going to land on, even if bus is out of commission. The altitude will tell you most of the information. If they don't drop below 7,000 feet, there's a big chance they'll send them over the airport to the northeast and then to the north for the center runway. Gerrit says you should have parked your car on the center runway. Shoot, I knew I forgot something. That was it, wasn't it? Hey there, Jonah Aviation. Goedemiddag, good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else who join us. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. And we are here at runway 18 right, the Polderbaan. Right now the only runway for arrivals. In 20 or so minutes from now, that's going to change. Parallel arrivals will commence by then, between 1 and 2. That's not good news for our chances of seeing the A380 on this runway today. It looked for a moment earlier in the morning that we were standing a chance of seeing it. The ETA of the A380 varied from 11 past 1, like it has become right now, to 8 minutes to 1 earlier in the morning. Of course, the closer it gets, the more accurate the ETA becomes. Unfortunately, as almost always is the case, there's a predominant bias in aviation, and that is for delays. Hardly ever do you see airplanes getting here sooner. Retro turned west, so fingers crossed is what Wolfgang is saying. The most important thing to look at is going to be the altitude. Regardless of if they're going to assign it to the center runway or to the Polderbaan, they will lead it over The Hague. But then if it seems to veer off and follow the course of inbound traffic to the Kaagbaan, but if it stays at an altitude of 7,000 feet, I assure you they are going to, then they'll have assigned it to the center runway, 100%. If it keeps descending and keeps following the coastline, and if it drops below 7,000 feet, almost certainly will it go to the Polderbaan. A380 in Dutch airspace in the vicinity of Enschede at 22k feet is Adriaan mentioning. Thanks for keeping us posted. I'm wondering, yeah, no need to wonder. Retro Transavia will be first. The A380 will be next. What were the ETAs of the 747 and what was the ETA of the 747 again? I must have forgotten to check that. I'm wondering which will land first, the A380 or the 747, or do we stand a chance of seeing them flying parallel to one another? Right? Thank you, Jonah. 1:07 p.m. So the 747 will land a couple of minutes earlier. So we're probably not going to see a parallel arrival then. Obviously, that would be nice if you have a wide shot of the 747 here touching down and the A380 flying in the background. Hey, oh, spoke too soon. Jonah is informing us that the A380 now also has an ETA of 106. So if we're not going to see the A380 on the Polderbaan, then at least let's hope for a beautiful combo shot with one landing here and the other flying in the background. That would be a good thumbnail. I don't think we've seen that before. We have seen glide slope shots with the A380 following the A747 or the other way around. But a wider shot like this, and then with a 747 landing here and the A380 in the background, I don't think we've seen that before. Obviously, sooner or later, one day, the pieces will fall together. And we should be able to see that, but we'll see. Right, both ETAs are 1:05 now. Marissa is saying, Joppe, goedemiddag. Okay. Motorcycle revving up. West of me. Check it out, I'm not the only one with a camping table and with a utility cart. Monitor, big ass lens. Don't recognize the tripod immediately. Great minds think alike. What else can I say? Alright, EasyJet arriving from Milan up first, flight 27806, that's an A319, and behind it is KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid, that is a 737-800. And another airplane is flying base and should be approaching from the left, that would be a Delta A330. It's hard to estimate where airplanes are in the sky based on what you see on flight radar. I'm not sure if the pipes are even in the way. Could be that the Delta is approaching right behind the pipes. Delta Airlines Flight 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Flight radar seems to be, what I see on flight radar should indicate that the A330 should be entering the field of view from the left pretty soon, if it hasn't already. Still not sure if it is flying behind the pipes or not. Oh wait, no, just above. Right. So that's roughly where we need to look. It was still further away than at least flight radar told me, or at least was indicating. Anyway, EasyJet arriving from Milan, KLM 737 arriving from Madrid next after that, and Delta third to arrive from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay, let's zoom out a little and see where Transavia is at. The retro Transavia is now already descending 8,475 feet and descending. Third airplane turning in, arriving from the east. In other words, from the right. Retro Transavia is still following the same flight path as the KLM in front of it. It's the altitude that will determine, that will tell you with the highest degree of certainty what's going to happen. If it continues to descend through 7,000 feet, they're not going to let it fly over the airfield. The initial clearance for takeoffs is 6,000 feet, so the bare minimum airplanes need to fly over the airport is minimally 7,000 feet. So if it continues to descend below 7,000 feet, you'll know with a 99% certainty it's going to be assigned to the Polderbaan. Below 7,000, so retro Transavia is coming to the Polderbaan, I'm calling it. Also looking at the way it is oriented right now, probably would have been a bit further to the east already if they were going to send it over the airport. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, nearly certain, that the retro Transavia will be landing on this runway. And that's good news. Hopefully the sun, which is now also beginning to shine over here again, is going to continue doing that so that we can have a nice little thumbnail, or potential thumbnail, of the Transavia Retro in good lighting. Each time it landed, it was either too far away, or it was cloudy, or both. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the retro Transavia, if it is at 5,500 feet, like Wolfgang is indicating, it's going to go to the Polderbaan. Fireworks being set off once again by the bird control. And this is Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Proper use of the reversers there. Although stopping the reversers before passing us by, of course, those are deduction points. That's not good. Next up shall be KLM Flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. And we have another wide body behind it. That's KLM Flight 755, arriving from Guayaquil, and that is in Ecuador. So in the foreground we have KLM Flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. E2 Embraer 195, 1 hour and 19 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, November X-Ray Papa. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in June 2023. And Marissa says that the 747 is looking like following the same route as the Trans Retro. That is good news. Bonus Queen left from Paris not too long ago and is expected to arrive here around the same time as the A380 is. Obviously the A380 is going to the wrong runway. Although for a moment it was looking like we were standing a chance of seeing it. It did have an ETA of 1252 at some point earlier in the show, but now no more, unfortunately. This is KLM Flight 755, arriving from Guayaquil, and that is of course in Ecuador. This is 777-200 the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Kilo. 11 hours and a minute on the way. The airplane is 20 years old, first flight January 2005. Now, mate, Arjan, what are you doing, mate? Arjan just now gifting 5 memberships. That is above and beyond, mate. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity, Arjan. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members. If you are one of the recipients of Arjan's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you or dankjewel to him. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. You can start using them right away. KLM is approaching, Retro Transavia is approaching, the Emirates A380 is approaching. That's several custom emojis that you can use in the live chat. Feel free to do so. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Have fun with them. Don't forget to say thank you to Arjan if you are one of the recipients of his 5 gifted memberships. Adolescent Griebling with the semi zebra livery. Not yet the fully fledged adult livery. Swimming back after initially encountering a flock of ducks. Clemente also back in the chat, good to see you. Wolfgang says 7-4 for Polder as well, that's good news. This is KLM flight 1294, arrived from Billund. It's a 737-700. And it looks like the next airplane after this is going to be the Retro Transavia. It's flying downwind and is about to turn base. It's looking like the Sky Express A320neo from Athens is approaching the center glide slope. The Emirates A380 is in the vicinity of Purmerend, and that's in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. And the question is, can we recognize something resembling an A380 already? Happy New Year, that's the bird controller setting off some fireworks. Not yet seeing anything yet. Retro Transavia is the next approach to Polderbaan. It's flying base and is expected to turn final pretty soon. It's pretty far out, so I'm thinking it should be at an altitude not far above the pipes. I'm thinking maybe scrolling laterally we might be able to pick it up. It is of course a small A321neo, which is already comparatively harder to find than a 777, let alone an A380. Yeah, not seeing anything just yet. Should be turning final. And Alan is saying, catch you later, legend and crew. Are you kidding? You are screwing with me, aren't you? Alan, we have the Transavia Retro coming in, we have a bonus queen coming in, and the A380 is flying base. You have got to be kidding me. He's pissing off people, he's pissing off me right now. Big Al at his best, at his best. Transavia Retro, where art thou? Think we have our answer. Now, try finding that with your bare eyes. If you don't know where exactly you need to look. You mother ducker, Alan. Right, and there is an A380 turning final for the center runway as well. Yeah, where is it? I'm not seeing it right away. I'm trying to see visually without losing track of the Retro Transavia. So Transavia Retro is coming next to the Polderbaan, a little bit behind it to the center runway as Emirates Flight 147. Was that a bug flying into my throat? Almost felt like it. What was I saying? The Cathay Pacific Cargo Bonus Queen is flying downwind, and I'm looking to my left to see if maybe I happen to catch a glimpse of it. And like before, I still have no luck seeing it. Bit better luck with seeing the Transavia Retro now that it's a bit closer by and the lights have gone on. Bug has landed indeed, Adrian. Now I am seeing the airplane preceding the A380, and I'm now also seeing the A380, so have a look. This is the Retro Transavia, and there we have the A380. Maria Spinelli also back in the chat, good to see you. Roy Geertsma, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landings of 2 747s already. A third one is about to land on the Polderbaan in minutes from now. The next airplane landing on the Polderbaan is going to be the Retro Transavia A321neo. And as you could see, flying to the wrong runway. The runway is the Emirates flight 147, the A380 arriving from Dubai. George is also back, good to see you. Jetstream Journeys, goedemiddag. Perfect timing, guys. What a nice combo of airplanes. Unfortunately, the A380 and the 747 will not land simultaneously parallel to one another to both runways, so no combo shot possible today. But someday. Now, a quick look. The sun is not covered by thick clouds yet. I hope that the cloud over there is not going to drift right before it. The sun is shining bleakly as it is, and I'm hoping even for a bit more brighter sunshine. But there you go, it is the Transavia Retro, the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Delta. Returning from Malaga after 2 hours and 37 minutes. Combo shot with the A380 though. Right. Unfortunately, no time to waste. Gotta move with haste. Don't want to miss the A380's arrival to the central runway. It's going to the runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
That is a pity. Emirates flight 147, 6 hours and 29 minutes on the way now from Dubai International to Amsterdam. Number 6 on flight radar, 718 people are tracking this airplane right now. The airplane is 10 years old, its first flight was in April 2015, and it's the Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Oscar. You can hear the reversers. In the meantime, Air Transat has arrived from Toronto. A321neo. No time to waste still. We're still not done yet. check out what's in store. We have Vueling here in the foreground arriving from Alicante, which we are going to skip. Sorry, Han, I know you're not liking that, but let's focus on the bonus queen. Bonus queen coming in from Paris. It is Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 2014. Left from Paris 47 minutes ago. It's a 7478 freighter. Registration Bravo Lima Juliet Alpha. The airplane is now descending with almost 1,000 feet per minute and is at 1,650 feet. And now 1,600. 13-year-old airplane, first flight November 2011. Tractor incoming on the cycling path from the north. A blue New Holland. You can see that the airplane is crabbing ever so slightly. Even big airplanes like the 7478 are not impervious for crosswind. It's the third queen of the show. We've seen two cargo Luxus before, a 747-400 and a 747-8. Both of them got really loud and the pilots really throttled up the reversers. What will the Cathay do? We'll soon find out. Let's look and listen. Captain Showboat choosing to aerodynamically brake instead with a wheelie. Either reversers, but that's okay because that was a beautiful case of, technically speaking, aerodynamic braking. Lots of rudder, by the way, being applied there. And it seems that we have crossed through 600 likes. Maria is indicating, thank you all so much for that. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel for free. Liking and subscribing helps the discoverability of the channel, which will bring in new people like you guys are, interested in aviation, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. Now, interesting to see is that there's also traffic not just on the cycling path security, but also here in the water. I think these are the crayfish fishermen who are going to check the nets. They are here to check the nets for the crayfish or crawfish, whatever you would like to call them. Invasive exotic species that I think can also settle in dikes, in canal dikes. And I think that might also have partially to do with why they reinforced the dike here. Gophers, crawfish, crayfish, whatever they are called. Eating away. Right, so at the moment a lot of traffic is headed to the center runway. There is an Embraer 190 landing right now. In fact, it has just touched down. Next airplane approaching the Polderbaan should be a Delta A330 arriving from Minneapolis, if I recall correctly. So that's going to be the next arrival in a few minutes. Oh, is that Qatar? I think it is. Yep, that's most definitely Qatar. Qatar just now taking off from runway 24 as the Cathay bonus queen has just now vacated the Polderbaan area and is taxiing to the main platform area. From this angle it looks like it's a nice little lane with trees on the right hand side. Those trees are actually much further away than you think initially. From this angle it looks like they're right next to the taxiway. I assure you they are a bit further away. But it is nice from this angle. Michael has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate, and see you on the next one. There's also a Dreamliner from Saudia flying base turning final in a moment. Will be arriving on center, but it is one of their 787-10 Dreamliners. This one in the beige old quote-unquote livery. Jetstream Journeys asks if the Mike Cargo 767 already landed. It did. It did land. My freighter, it was. Ali also signing off. Time for her to return to her boxes and bubble wrap. Thank you so much for another brilliant stream, boy. And see everyone for the next one. Take care. Thank you so much, Ali, for joining us here. Thank you once again for the gifted memberships that you really did not have to give. Good luck with all the boxes and moving. I hope to see you again then probably tomorrow, or maybe if not tomorrow then later in the weekend. Now I already saw that there were a few more wide bodies approaching from the west that were expected to land between 1 and 1:30, so I'm sticking around a bit longer. Delta is now flying base and is turning final pretty soon. Saudia has already turned final for the center runway. And what is this that I am seeing in the distance? That's a special livery from Air Baltic. Which one was this again? Not the Latvian flag, that was the Rasta. No, that was the Austrian flag. Was this the Estonian flag? I think it was. This is probably the Estonian flag, isn't it? Lithuanian flag, that's the Rasta airplane. Yep, Estonian. So Estonian is blue, Latvian is Austrian, and Rasta is Lithuanian. Easy to remember. Easy peasy, walk in the park. No problem whatsoever. We have Delta turning in. Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis. Should be arriving here on the Polderbaan as our next airplane. Not sure to what extent we can see it already over here. It's a big airplane, but it's also still pretty far away. Flight radar says it's still approaching the glide slope, so I'm thinking it should probably be somewhere over there. Last time we checked, an airplane a bit further away, it was flying right above the pipes. I wouldn't be surprised if there are also some that fly behind the pipes exactly. The Dreamliner from Saudia in the meantime has gotten visible a bit easier than the Delta A330 was. Here it is. Unfortunately still the quote-unquote old standard livery, the beige, which is okay I guess, but I really think that the new livery looks better, the white and with the stripes just below the windows. What do you guys think? I know there are some that prefer the new livery of Iceland Air to the old. What's your guys' opinion about the new livery of Saudia versus the one that we are seeing right now? Which one do you prefer? I would, if I had to guess, I would say most of you will probably like the new livery better, but I'm just curious to see. Marissa prefers the new one. New one, new one. There you go. It's not bad, this livery, but it does look a bit dated, doesn't it? That's what I think. It looks dated, that's it. Almost a bit faded, as if it once was white and now has gotten a little beige instead. If all is well, the next airplane to the Polderbaan should be visible by now, and I have it. There it is. Delta Airlines, flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's an A330-300. It's the November 802 November Whiskey, 7 hours and 48 minutes on the way. 22 years old already. First flight was in June 2003. The next airplane behind it, over there at the 7 o'clock. That would be an A320neo from EasyJet, arriving from Alicante. And the United that I saw before, that was still over mainland United States when I checked this morning before going out the door even. That ordinarily would have landed several hours ago already. Is now approaching the Gulf of Yorkshire. United flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. That's usually an arrival earlier in the morning. More fireworks being set off by the bird control. Happy New Year, everyone. Another year has gone by. How quickly it goes. Yeah, that's a 3-hour delay. Indeed, Marissa. So it does sound like the bird controller is not too far away from me, but looking around I am struggling to see it with those units, those poles in the way. Playing hide and seek has gotten much easier for them. The Delta is not playing hide and seek, it's landing in plain sight. Oh yeah, bonus. Bonus reversers while we're already treated to a nice little wheelie, and there is the bird controller. The culprit of the fireworks that you heard being set off just now. Jeff says, didn't United have an IT meltdown recently? Not that I have heard of, but could be. Would that be a few hours ago, causing the delay? the 777 arriving from San Francisco? Not sure. We did see United land here before today. I recall having seen a Dreamliner land. Was that delayed as well? Didn't check. Now I'm wondering, where is the next wide body? It's United, right? A320 Neorio. Yesterday. Well, it might be that the fallout has resulted in the delay of at least the current flight that we're still seeing. Not sure. Could be. BBC says passengers of United Airlines in the US have faced delays after the airline temporarily halted flights at major airports over a quote-unquote technology issue. That's very generally described. A technology error. Wardrobe malfunction. They reported it 10 hours ago, so must have been not too long before then that it happened. What time, how long has the United been flying now? That's probably, 9.5 hours. So probably the result of that quote-unquote technology issue then. Wonder what that technology issue was then. In the meantime, Mark H just now gifting a membership, and I see that Payday de Vries has become the recipient of the gifted membership. Welcome, Payday de Vries. Don't forget to say thank you to Mark for your gifted membership. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Mark, mate, thank you so much for your generosity, and welcome, Payday de Vries. Terminal arrivals in progress. 737s to both runways. Ryanair landing here. Either reversers. And Transavia on its way to the center runway. The runway. Quite a few airplanes coming this way now. Next up shall be the Red Wine Express arriving from Bordeaux. KLM flight 1442. Update from Windows 98 to XP is what Austrian Wolf says. Who knows? Maybe somebody released a patch and didn't test it before sending it out. In the meantime, Dennis, mate, thank you so much for your generosity as well. Fritz Buckstein. What a nice name. Well, there are people that are called Buckstein, which is a proper last name, but in the context of aviation, I always find it a funny last name. Anyway, Fritz, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to say thank you, dankjewel to Dennis. Dennis, thank you so much for your generosity. Have fun with the custom emojis, Fritz. Was there also a spokesperson for the Dutch Pilot Association called Buckstein? Benno Buckstein or something. A bucksteen in Dutch is a tile? No, not a tile. What would be the right word? A brick. A literal brick with which you build walls. Ralph is signing off. Have fun with your vacation. Have fun on the cruise ship, Ralph. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the vacation, and we'll see you again in a few weeks. Inconsistency in the software in onboard computer calculating load and balance of the plane. Well, that sounds plausible, but it sounds less interesting than updating from 98 to XP. But yeah, that sounds like something that should be causing some delays if you cannot trust your computers to do the calculating and you need to do that by hand. It's probably a bit more work. Backstein in German. Oder Ziegel in German. And it was Menno Backstein. I thought it was Benno with a B. Or is that just me making up things? Menno Backstein, something to that effect. The guy was named Brick and he was the spokesperson or maybe the chairman of the Dutch Pilots Association. So whenever something concerning aviation would be happening, the news generally would interview him. I always found it amazingly funny that the guy was called Brick. And he's the spokesperson for the Dutch Association of Pilots. Benno Backstein with a B. There you go. Well, Bos should know probably. Brick, is he related to The Rock? Might be that he is. I don't know for sure. He definitely didn't. If I recall him, he did not seem to be as tall or as buff. So I'm not sure. Benno Brick. In English it also sounds nice. Benno Brick. Yeah. President of the Dutch Association, the Dutch Pilot Association from 1990 until 1995, Sven is writing. There you go. Wow. How can I still remember something like that then? 90 to 95, I must have been an early teenager by then. Sven says it would be fun if the daughter of The Rock was called Pebbles. Hey Ulf, viel Spaß. Ulf is going to the kart track. Viel Spaß. And drive carefully, of course. Alright, let's see. Embraer 190 to Nantes, Embraer 175 from Stavanger. I said to, but from, of course. Then United as airplane number 3. So we have KLM flight 1420 here in the foreground. That's an Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes. Banking left and right somewhat. The smaller airplanes are, of course, more susceptible to crosswind and wind in general. Still a modest wind. The sun never really came through for an extended period of time. Right now it is a milky sky actually. This is what it currently looks like. If you look where the sun is at, it's now in the southern part of the sky. Pretty high still this time of year. Looking to the west, looking to the east. So it's definitely, we definitely have good visibility, but the sky has become sort of overcast again. It's thin, high clouds that prevent us from seeing blue sky all over. Jetstream Journeys asks, what do I think of KLM not having a retro livery? I think it's a bloody shame and I think they should do something about it soon. As quickly as possible, in fact. Adrian is informing us that Benno Backstein, in the meantime, already is 76 years old. Wow. Air Baguette, Air France, arriving from Nantes. Well, I say Air France, but it is flying on behalf of KLM. So it's interesting to see that even KLM has resorted to using Air France's airplanes now. Operated by Air France up, but it is KLM flight 1420. Still arriving from France. Must feel like home for the airplane. I wonder if it is a wet lease. Do the pilots come included? Or do they just exchange material within the whole company. Anyway, the second airplane that you can see arrive is a wide body. It is the belated United Airlines Flight 968 from San Francisco, a 777-200 9 hours and 38 minutes on the way, the November 78005. And here in the foreground is KLM Flight 1176, arriving from Stavanger. 1 hour 14 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Lima. 8-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Yeah, and if you look at where the workers have left off and how there's nobody working right now and what they still need to do to fortify the water barrier here, I wouldn't be surprised if they were still busy working here on this project by the end of the month. Jay Ramey is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Are you still in Amsterdam and are you enjoying it? Hope you are, mate. And Cor is sitting behind me on the bench. Ah, there is Cor. Nice. The concrete bench further to the parking area of the official Spottersplaats. Yes and yes. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Jay. What have you been doing? Where have you been? What have you visited? Other than obviously the three flashes. Han asks a question. Do you think plane accelerate very fast? That's a good question. Well, they can accelerate relatively quickly compared with a car, your average car. And if you look at how quickly a rocket accelerates, then obviously airplanes are relatively slower. I wouldn't call them very slow in accelerating. If they go full thrust, regardless of how heavy they are loaded, reasonably. I'm not going to keep it up with my bicycle, let me tell you that. Drinking Genever. That's an obvious answer, Jay. Have you been to any museums or anything? Well, thank you, Han. You should step on your weight scale and see that accelerate from 0 to 100 or so within a second. Screw you, Han. Shouldn't you be making more sandwiches or something? No, I'm lucky to say that the scale is not going to tip the 100 kilograms in my case. But yeah, it does go up quickly, doesn't it? Particularly if you have an analog one where you actually have an indicator. What's it called? An arm? KLM A321neo. Arriving from Percy-Chester, flight 1032. Next up shall be TAP Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon, flight 668. Sven is throwing, as you would say, throwing the baseball bat in the hen house. De knuppel in het hoenderhok gooien. That's a nice question for the audience. What does your scale say when you step on it? One at a time, please. In my case, it sometimes says low and then I need to replace the batteries. Get off in the case of Jeff. Too high, Dennis says. Too much, Bas says. Indeed, Sven, you know you weigh too much when they put a baggage tag on you. Here we have Tap Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon, flight 668, A321neo, 2 hours and 33 minutes on the way. 100 kgs excluding VAT. Error. It's good to see you guys are all so witty. Exactly the reason why this is the best audience. A350 takeoff, runway 24. Which one might that be? Hey, Sander also back in the chat, and he once again asked Bezoek Bas until when the works are going to take. Yeah, it's already. I was already discussing it just now, a couple of minutes ago, that considering where they left off, which is right there, and considering how little they have progressed since I was here last week, and considering they still need to do all this, and considering that there is nobody here working on this project right now, while it is a Thursday, begs the question of when it's going to be done. I'm thinking it's going to last until the end of August, if not longer. Curious to say, to hear what answer you'll be getting, Sonner. Let me know. I'm afraid we're not going to like the answer Sonner will be getting. KLM flight 1200 is arriving from Oslo. 737-800, the Papa Hotel, Bravo X-Ray Alpha. 1.5 hours on the way. 26 years old, first flight January 1999. The next wide body is on the glide slope already. That's 777-200 KLM flight 646, arriving from New York, JFK. Yeah, so thus far we have to continue setting up shop here right next to the cycling path where the grass is highest. Otherwise it'll be impossible to look over the mounds of rubble, the poles and whatnot. Next up, KLM flight 646, 777-200 arriving from New York, JFK, 5 hours and 57 minutes on the way to Papa Hotel, Bravo, Quebec, Oscar. 18-year-old airplane, first flight January 2007. And there's also a Royal Air Maroc arriving from Al Hoceima. Don't think we've seen those that frequently. Usually they arrive from different destinations. Barbacan asks, no incoming freighter today. Well, we did see the My Freighter 767 earlier in the show, although it went to the center runway. That was arriving from Tashkent, wasn't it? I think. We saw the 7478 Bonus Queen from Cathay Pacific Cargo, arriving from Paris, landing here on the Polderbaan not too long ago, around 1 o'clock. Now, I think most of the wide bodies that I saw on Flight Radar that were expected around 1 and 1:30 have landed. I think I am going to wrap up after this airplane has landed. KLM Flight 646 should be out again tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday. The weather is looking favorable. I think only in the morning tomorrow did they say there was a chance of a few droplets here or there. Not sure that the wind is changing significantly tomorrow. I thought they also mentioned southwesterly wind like they had for today. Means that runway use is probably going to be similar to what it has been today. It's been a while since I last visited the Kaagbaan. It should be used for departures tomorrow if the wind stays the same as it has been today. The downside is that from where I live, the highways to Schiphol are an absolute mess, and still more so during work days. I'll see. It's usually quieter on the road on Fridays. Definitely am planning on going out again tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday, so you can count on that. Probably just at the regular morning streaming hours. I'm not sure yet where I will be going to, but I definitely have a bias for going to Kaagbaan again. Let me see what the wind is going to do in the weekend, because I do prefer to go to the Kaagbaan with all the works on the highways being in progress right now during the weekends when it is even more quiet on the road. For now, this was the last airplane for today's show. KLM Flight 646 landing after 6 hours precisely from New York JFK, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec, Oscar. And on that bombshell, it is time to end. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a great time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did like what you saw and you haven't done so already and you want to help to support the channel for free, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Hopefully I will see you all tomorrow. A massive big thank you for all the support, for all the likes, the super chats, the super stickers, becoming a member yourself, and of course the many gifted memberships. Thank you also moderators once again for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon and bye for now, guys.